Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're also going to be doing some free hacking and some other stuff as well. As usual, we've got 4 different topics for today's stream. Let's talk about this. So today is July 25th, 2025, and we've got 4 topics lined up. The first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be playing more Human Resource Machine, and this is a fun little game that we've been playing to learn about assembly language. So assembly languages are the basis on which we have our computer execution, program instruction execution. Anyways, we're going to be dealing with some very low-level machines with Human Resource Machine. That's going to be the first thing we do today. In the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing some Python programming. So this is going to be done over at the Temperance CTF Labs over at HackMyVM.eu. So if you don't know about HackMyVM.eu, it's a very good website for learning about all sorts of great cybersecurity concepts. They've got challenges across a lot of different specialties in cybersecurity, and in this case, we're going to be covering these programming labs. So it's basically you write a little program that interacts with the server over at HackMyVM.eu, and if you manage to send the right thing back to the server after it gives you something, then you can get a little flag that proves that you've solved the challenge. So it's a classic CTF kind of format. So that's going to be in the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour of today's stream, we're going to be going more low level, and we're going to be doing some stack-based buffer overflows on Windows x86. That's going to be over at HackTheBox.com, specifically HackTheBox Academy. So if you're interested in taking a look at that beforehand, this is a free module that you can use, and you can learn about binary hacking inside of Windows through it. So we're just going to be working through that module, and we're going to see how far we can get in about an hour or so. So that's the third hour of today's stream, and in the fourth and fifth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing this challenge right over here. It's called Django. It's a Windows challenge from PwnTillDawn.com. So PwnTillDawn is another one of these CTF platforms where you can log into their network and then hack against their machines. So we're going to be hacking against a particular machine, and it's going to be a Windows machine. So we don't get too many opportunities to hack against Windows machines. There are a bunch of different reasons why that is, but we're going to be doing a Windows target today, and that's going to be the last thing we do for today's stream. So without further ado, let's get started into the first topic. And the first topic is we're going to be doing some gaming. We're going to put 60 minutes on the clock, and we're going to be playing Human Resource Machine. So if you can hear the music, let us know. And if you can't hear the music, then let us know as well. Okay, so let me set this up. You should be able to hear the music. Yeah, I think you can. Okay, let's go ahead and make this full screen. And then let's continue where we left off. So in each one of the levels in this game, you have to write up a little assembly language program to solve the level. So we left off over here at level 20. I think there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know, something like 20 more levels left in this game. So let's see how far we can get in this session. Multiplication workshop. So we're going to be... So it seems like only yesterday we were learning about adding. Fond memories. We worked so hard back then. Okay, so what do we need to do in this level? So for each 2 things in the inbox, multiply them and then outbox the result. Don't worry about negative numbers for now. You got labels. They can help you remember the purpose of each tile on the floor. Just tap on any tile on the floor to edit. Copy from 0, copy to... I guess... I'm not too sure if we're going to be using these labels or not. But, anyways, let's go ahead and start coding here. So we're just going to get rid of this stuff. Okay, so for each 2 items in the inbox, we're going to multiply them and outbox the result. So that makes me think that we first need to inbox one of these, and then we need to save this to something. Let's copy 2. Let's copy whatever we get from the inbox to 0, and then we will inbox again to get the next item. So for each 2 things, this is the second thing. We're going to multiply whatever we have in our hand from instruction number 3 by whatever we put into the 0 tile over here. So where is the multiply? Multiply them and outbox the result. Oh, we're not given a multiply function. Okay. So how are we going to figure this out? So copy this to 0, and then we need to multiply. So how do we do multiplication without a multiply operand, without a multiply operator? So for example, if we get the 4 and the 2, we copy the 4 down over here, and then I guess we need to keep track of the counter. So this is going to be the counter. The counter is going to be 4. And then what do we do? I guess we would copy the original number to 0, and what's this one? I guess we can make a label. So this is going to be the counter. I guess we are using the labels. Okay. So I'm just going to slap that over here. No, we can copy... Anyways, we'll just remember that that's the counter then. Number 5 will be the counter. So we'll copy to 0 and we'll copy to 5. Okay, and copy to 0, copy to 5. This is going to be the counter. I guess we only need the counter then. What do we do next? I guess we'll also grab the second number. So the first thing will be, the first number will be the counter. So the first number, we're going to copy it to 5, say, and then we're going to inbox. And then we're going to inbox to... Inbox and then copy to 0, say. Copy to 0. And then we have to do some sort of loop. Okay, so the loop is going to be... Copy to... Let's start stepping through this. Okay, we're going to copy this. That's going to be the counter. And then this is going to be the number that we're going to multiply. So we have to multiply by the number equal to the counter, right? So if we multiply equal to the counter, it's going to be... Let's go back. We're going to add... So we're holding the number. I guess we don't need to copy to if we're holding the number already. Actually, no, we do. So copy to 0, right? And then we add... add 0. So add 0 is going to be multiplied by 2. That's going to be multiplied by 2. Hold on. So copy to 0, and then we need to get a 0. Yeah, so copy to 0 and then copy from 0 here. So copy from 0, that means that's multiplied by 0. So the first thing we want to do after that is we want to copy from this square over here, this tile. So we copy from 0. Stealthy Coder says, where can I find the game? Yeah, let me point you towards it. Okay, so this is called Human Resource Machine. And you can find it on Steam. I think it's on sale right now. Is it? Okay, it's not on sale right now. So you can get it on Steam for 20 bucks. I think you can find it from other places as well. So maybe Good Old Games? Human Resource Machine? For your information, it's paid. Yeah, it is a paid game. It's a puzzle game for nerds. Okay, so this one's cheaper. This one is only $14.99. So maybe you can get it from here if you want to. Heck Shadow, welcome to the stream, and Stealthy Coder also welcome to the stream. Thank you. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get back to the game then. All right, so copy from 0, and then I guess we need to hold on. So the first thing we need to do before we copy from 0 is we need to decrement. We need to jump if 0. So if... What are we checking? It's if 0. Hold on. What we're holding is supposed to be check if 0. I guess we need to pick up... we need to pick up the thing each time. That's kind of a bummer. Hold on. So copy from 0, get the 0. So that's going to 0 out whatever's in our little guy's hands, and then we check the counter. So the counter is going to be the 5 tile over here. So we need to copy from the 5 tile, and if it's 0, we need to put it in the outbox. Okay, so we need to find some sort of we have to build some sort of loop that's going to check. So copy from 5. If it's 0, we put it in the outbox. No. God damn it. What are we supposed to do here? If it's 0, copy from 5. Copy. I wish I had a good brain for this. One of the reasons why I wanted to play these games was, let's see, MT25. Do we get more options under ... So the ... is a label. So there are no more options here. We have to multiply by using some sort of counter, and some sort of counter and a bunch of loops. So if it's 0, we bump the counter. Bump the counter down in 5. What's bump? I missed it. So bump is basically decrementing. So it's either bump plus or bump minus. Bump plus is incrementing and bump minus is decrementing. So version controls. Maybe. Okay, so we bump that. If it's 0, we have to put it in, I guess whatever we got, we have to copy it to. Copy to, copy from. So copy, we don't do the copy from. Copy from 0 and then get the thing. Get the thing and then bump the counter over here. Oh, then it's easy. I will share the PNG after I make a nice drawing in Excel draw. I mean, If you wanna help out, sure. But I'm gonna try to figure it out on my own first. I'm not very good at this, of course, but yeah. Okay, so jump if 0, bump minus this thing over here. The label, copy from 0, and then bump this thing. If it's 0, we put it in the outbox. If it's not 0, then we do a jump all the way back up to the beginning over here. No, it's not. We're not bumping all the way up to the beginning. But there should be a big jump back up to the beginning after we outbox it. So we bump minus, and there's going to be another loop. So jump if 0, otherwise jump back to here. Okay, let me step through this, because I'm confusing myself. Okay, so we grab the thing, we copy it to the counter. So it's something times 1. So in this case, we throw it out, we grab the next number, and then we copy it to 0. So this is the number we have to multiply by. So we copy from 0 to 0 out whatever we're holding. Okay, and then we copy from the 0 tile here. And then we decrement here. Okay? And if it's 0... Okay, so I think I see the instructions we need to add in now. So the instructions we need to add in is we need to... Before we bump, we need to copy 2. Whatever we're holding, we need to copy 2. We need to copy 2, 1. So this is going to be our running counter over here. So copy 2, 1, bump if it's 0, and then we'll grab from 1, copy from. We'll copy from 1, and then we'll outbox that. Okay, let's see if it works for this case. So I guess the other thing we need to figure out is what happens if it's not 0. So if it's not 0, then we need to add. Add to 1. Add to 1? Is it add to 1 or is it add to 0? I think we're supposed to add to 0. Okay, let me step through this. Okay, so we grab the 8, we put it, that's the thing we're supposed to multiply by. Okay, we put that out, we've got the 3, we need to multiply the 3 a bunch of times. Copy to 0, copy here to 0 it out, and then we copy from here. Okay, and then we copy to 1, because this is a running total. We decrement the counter, and then if it's 0, we jump. But if it's not, we add to 0. Hold on. That didn't work. Game Boy, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so it's not add 0, it's supposed to be add. It's supposed to be copy from. Copy from 1. Copy from 0. Add 1. And then copy 2. and then copy to 1. And then we make the jump and we do it over again. Yeah, we're doing the assembly language game again. So let's see if this works. Alright, so grab that. That's the counter, 9. We grab the thing we're supposed to multiply by, that's 2. We grab that, okay. And then we zero it out. Whatever we're holding, we zero it out. And then we copy from the number we're supposed to multiply by, which is 2. And actually, I think this might be... I don't know if this is what we're supposed to be doing. Okay, we put that down, and then we bump the counter down by 1. So now it's 8. Jump of 0, it's not 0. So we need to copy from 0 to get the original, the number we're supposed to multiply by that. Can you make the music lower? Yeah, let me see if I can make the music a little bit lower for you. Okay, should be a little bit lower for you. Okay, step it in, add the running total. So the running total is here, and then we copy to that over there, and then we jump up. Okay, then we copy to 0. Huh, this isn't... It's not supposed to be copied to 0 in this case. It has to be copy... We need to keep this number intact. So the copy to 0 has to be outside of the loop. Here. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so 4, that's the counter. This is the number that's supposed to be multiplied by. Put it down here, and then we copy... We zero ourselves out, and then we get the number we're supposed to multiply. We copy to 1, this is our running total. We decrement, and then if it's 0, we jump, but it's not 0, so instead we get the original number again. Okay, and then we add it to our running total, and then we copy that to 1. Then we jump up to the top where we do it all again. We copy from, we zero ourselves out, we copy from 0, we copy to 1. Okay, this is no good. So this unconditional jump has to go somewhere else. Let me... Yeah, because that replaces. We can't do that. Okay, so the unconditional jump is actually going to go here. Alright, let's try it again. That's 5. That's the counter. The number we're supposed to multiply is here. Game Boy says, did you try Cheat Engine for all these games? That's not that... Well, we're not doing that kind of game hacking right now. Okay, that's the number we're supposed to multiply by. We grab the 0, we copy from here the number we're supposed to multiply by. We also copy it, and that's our running total. Okay, and then we decrement the counter. If it's 0, we jump, but it's not. We copy from here, we add here, and then we copy it, the running total over here. Then we jump up, and then we do the same thing again. This is the counter. It's not 0, so we're just going to repeat the process. We're going to add here, okay, and then we jump again. We decrement, we copy from, we multiply, well, we add. We copy to, we decrement, we copy from, we add, and then we copy to here. We jump up, we decrement, we check if it's 0. It is 0, so we need to copy from our running total and then put it in the outbox. Okay, that worked. I thought You know, whenever I do one of these complicated levels, it always feels like it's impossible until it actually works. Okay, let's keep on running it. Okay. Okay. So this is multiplying by 0. This is multiplying by 0 again. Oh, wait. This goes wrong. Okay, so we need to jump if 0, and we need to also jump if negative. So jump if 0, jump if negative. And we'll... It's the same thing, but we need to add the jump if negative part. Okay, so let's run it. So 5 times 9. So it should be 45. Okay, 45. 6 times 9. This should be 56. Or 54. Anyways, my math is really bad. Okay, we got the 0. Okay. Let's make it faster. What happened here? So 0, management expected 0, but you outboxed 8. Okay, so we need to fix our code. So because it was negative, because the counter went negative, because it started at 0, we did the jump if negative. The jump if negative was here. So jump if negative has to go over here and then copy 0. So copy from here, which is 0, and then we need to outbox the 0. Okay, so this is the jump if negative. Yeah, and then we need to jump from here as well. So outbox, and then we put another jump up to the beginning here. Okay, this should work. Alright, that was just a little edge case. Let's speed it up. Expected 20, but you outbox 0. So what happened here? So jump if negative jumps over to here. Jump if 0, jump if negative. Step back and debug. Okay, let's step through. So 2 times 5. So the result is supposed to be 10. We zero it out. We copy it to here. And then we decrement. So it becomes 1. Are there any similar assembly games but free? Similar assembly games but free. I mean, games that do assembly but they're free? I don't know about that. I understand that we want to emphasize some free stuff, but sometimes we have to use some paid resources. Let me see if I can find something real quick. Okay, so I don't know. ASM game free. Okay. Well, I mean, anything ASM games for every occasion. That's probably not it. You know what? Stealthy Coder, I'll look into it. I'll look into that, and I'll get back to you on that. But if you want to learn about assembly, so x86 assembly in particular, my recommendation is this website right here. It's asmtutor.com. It teaches you how to code in assembly, and I really like this stuff over here. But let's continue on with the game. Okay, so what are we doing here? So jump if 0, it's not. Jump if negative, it's not. Copy from 0. Okay, add 1. Copy 2. Jump. Then we decrement again. It's 0 now. Jump if 0. Copy from 1, which is the running total. And then we outbox it. And then we jump back up to here. Oh, okay, so this is the problem. The problem is that it's looping up to... It's looping to the wrong place. Or it's not looping. There should be a jump here. So outbox, and then after the outbox, we'll add another jump. After this outbox, we'll add a jump up to the very top. It's looking a bit funny now. But anyways, let's see if it works properly now. Okay. We're decrementing, we're adding, we're looping. Okay. So it's 2 times, so this should be 6. So add up until 6. It's 0. We put it in, okay. 0. We put in 0. That's 0. 9 times 9 is 81. And I can't believe this level took so long. But we got there eventually. Okay, I used 21 commands. We're supposed to use 15 commands. We used way more steps than average, but we got it done. So the point of a hacky solution to a problem is something that works, but is not necessarily the most efficient way to do it. Of course, we would like it to be the most efficient, but it's not always the case. We're just trying to hack together a solution. Okay, so the next one is going to be 0 terminated sum 21. Let's take a look. Yes, we believe in educating our employees on the job here. Do you know what a 0 terminated string is? It's a very old technique and we don't expect you to know. So you may ask me about it if you like. Or you may ask an external source. Whatever helps you get the job done. Okay, so the inbox is filled with 0 terminated strings. What's that? Ask me your boss. Crackme's. Crackme's? Add together all the numbers in each string. When you reach the end of a string marked by the 0, put the sum in the outbox. Reset and repeat for each string. Okay, so we're supposed to do something if it's a 0. So jump if 0, and we're going to outbox if it's 0. So jump over to the outbox. We're going to get something from the inbox. If it's 0, we're going to outbox. No. If it's 0, get something from the inbox. If the thing we're holding is a 0, then we're going to jump, and then we're going to grab from... We're going to copy from... I don't know. Where are we going to keep our running total? The running total we're going to keep in... Let's say we'll keep it in the 1 tile here. Okay? And, so we're going to inbox. If it's 0, we're going to jump, and we're going to copy from 1, which is our running total. And I guess... What else could we do? So what if what we're holding is 0? We can't copy from if it's 0. So inbox, copy at 2. copy to 1. And then if it's 0, then we'll copy from 1 and then outbox that. But otherwise, we're going to do what? We're going to copy it to whoops, not this one. Over here. So we're going to copy it to, I don't know. We're going to copy it to 0, okay? So, and then we're going to the current number. And then we're going to inbox again. We're going to inbox again. And then we're going to add from 1. Add from 1, and then we're going to put whatever the result is into the running total. And the running total is going to be the 1 tile. So we're going to copy to, we're going to copy to 1. Okay. And I guess here, before we do the outbox, we need to copy from 1. And then there's going to be a big loop after we outbox, jump up back to up to the top. Semi Hozdemir, hello, nice to see you. How's it going? We're just playing our assembly games over here. We're trying to figure out how to do a 0 terminated string. So if we find a 0, then we have to terminate the string, and then whatever running total that we've done up until then, we're going to add up the numbers until we find a 0, and then we're going to put our results into the outbox over here. It's a big assembly thing. Anyways, let's cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to. Today's a Python session. Yeah, we're going to be doing Python after this activity. So how many minutes do we have left? We've got 26 minutes left for this activity, and then we'll move on to the Python after that. Okay, so copy to 1, and then we're going to loop this. We're going to do a jump where we go back to the inbox. And then we're going to copy it to I guess we can't really copy to 1 in this case. We should copy it to another thing. So in this case, we're going to copy it to 2, and then if it's 0, we're going to copy it from 2, but otherwise we're going to copy it to, oh geez, this is getting complicated. Anyways, let's see what happens when we try running this code. Okay, so inbox, copy it to 2, jump if 0, it's not. So we're kind of going to copy it to 0. This is our running thing. We're going to copy from 1. This doesn't work. Copy to, copy from, copy to 0. So I guess 0 is going to be the running total. I have no I have no real idea, but we'll figure it out. So we're going to copy from 2, inbox, copy to 2, jump of 0, no, okay, so we're going to copy it to 0, maybe we need to get rid of this entirely. Let's see, 1001 see how many languages have you mastered? I'm not too sure. I haven't mastered any of these languages. My best language is Python, but I don't consider myself an expert at Python, but I do know how to decode in Python. but everything else I'm kind of not all that great at. Okay, so running total. Let's say that all the running totals are going to be in 1, right? Oops. And I guess we can label these too. Yeah, okay. So this is going to be the current number. Okay, so this is the current number. This is going to be the running total. I wish I could type here, because I feel very elementary school doing this. Okay, but you nailed it, all the challenges anyways. Well, I mean, I try my hardest. Okay, so let's run these instructions. So inbox, we put this in the running total. We jump of 0, it's not. We copy to the current number, okay, and then we grab the next number. We add the current number. That seems a little bit wrong, but sure. Okay, and then we copy to the running total. And then we jump. We grab the next thing. If it's a 0, we need to copy it to the running total. We're not going to copy it to the running total. I guess the jump has to go... Hold on. This jump has to go somewhere else. Let's see, MC25 just jump of 0 under the first inbox. Hold on. So jump of 0 under the first inbox, but we need to copy to the running total first before we jump of 0, because if the first number we grab is 0, then we have to there has to be a way to put it in the outbox. So that's kind of the problem here. So 1001 Agency says, how much time would an ordinary person with a small background in programming language using C# learn Python and C? So C# is, well, I mean, if you know one programming language, it makes learning the other programming languages much easier. So C is going to be, C and Python are going to be easier if you already know C#. Okay, let's run the program. So inbox, copy it to the running total, jump of 0. It's not. So we copy to the current number. We grab something from the inbox. Okay, we add it to the current number. We copy it to the running total. And then we jump. No, we don't jump. We copy from the running total. And then we outbox that. Wait, we can't do that. There has to be another jump in there. So that's supposed to be the jump of 0. But if it's not 0, it has to be another jump. So this has got to... It's going to jump back up to where we do the inbox. It's got to be here. Okay, so grab something from the inbox, copy it to the running total, jump of 0, it's not. Copy it to the current, get from the inbox, add the current number, copy it to the running total, jump up, grab the 0. We can't copy this to the running total. It's got to be another. It's got to be another tile. So there's got to be. Hold on. So this one, we'll just call this the placeholder. I wonder if they make you do this on purpose. That looks really bad. Okay, so copy it to the running total and also copy it to the placeholder. Reminds me of paper with a yeah, maybe. So copy it to the running total and also copy it to the placeholder. And then if it's 0, copy it to the running total, and we can't have it. Okay, so if it's 0, we dump down here, copy from the running total. There's got to be some little thing I'm missing here. Okay, let's run the program. Copy here, we copy to the placeholder. Jump if 0, it's not. So we copy to the current. Okay, then we inbox. We add the current, and then we copy it to the running total. We jump back up. We inbox again. This is 0 now. So copy it to the placeholder. If it's 0, we jump. We copy from the running total, which is 6, and then we outbox it. Okay, that works. Let's try another one. Thank you very much for following Rover R22. Thank you very much. Rover22, thank you. You know what? Let's give you a fun little redeem. Let's do a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, did I just luck into? Did I just luck into the solution here? Okay, so add the current, right, copy to the running total, jump, grab the next number, copy to the placeholder, jump if 0. Okay, and then inbox, it's 0 now. Wait, it was 0. Oh, there has to be another jump of 0 inside of this loop. Okay, so let's stop. Let's put another jump of 0 for this inbox. Okay, and then okay. Oh, geez. Okay, Rover22 says, I'm a 9-year paramedic off of PTSD leave, self-studying cybersecurity for the last 4-ish months, working on the Google course, and recently just started the bundle from Station X. I'll supplement it with my membership at THM. So Rover, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. So we're just playing a little game for the next, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. If you have any questions. The game name is ASM South Park. ASM South Park, kind of. It's not actually. The name of the game is actually Human Resource Machine. But yeah, if you maybe if you have any questions about getting into cybersecurity, then yeah, go ahead and ask in here, because we're playing games. We're also trying to provide to the community as best we can. Okay, grab from the inbox. Jump if 0, it's not 0. We add to the current total. We copy to the running total. We jump, we grab from the inbox. It's 0. So jump if 0, we go down, we grab from the running total, and then we outbox it. Okay, good. Next one, 7. Okay, and then get the next one, which is -6. Uh-oh. There's something wrong here. We have to zero out the the running total after each one of these loops. Okay, so let's do that. So after the outbox here, we need to zero out the running total. So we copy from 0 over here, and then we need to copy to the running total. We have to make it 0. Copy to running total. So copy from 5, which is 0. We need to make the running total 0 again, and then we need to do the big loop. Okay, so let's see. Stasik says, I've been on PTSD leave for 5 years. 5 years? Wow. It sounds like there's a big story behind that. But yeah, let's move on. So grab the 2. We put it in the placeholder. It's not 0, so we put it in the current. We grab the next number. The next number is 2. We add it to the current number. We add it to the running total. We jump. We grab from the inbox. It's 0, so we need to copy it to the placeholder. Okay, then we need to jump if 0 down to here, copy from the running total. Then we need to outbox it. Okay, so Rover22 says, I'm off for now, but glad I randomly came by. Chat next time, everybody. So yeah, Rover22, if you want to come by and chat more cybersecurity stuff, you're welcome anytime. That's why I'm getting free schooling as part of retraining. Awesome, awesome, Stasix. Okay, let's move on. So everything seems to be going okay. We reset the running total. We jump up. We grab the next number. Okay, I think we're going to speed this up. We're just trying to figure out if the program works now with a bunch of different numbers. Management expected -2, but he outboxed 5. What happened here? Okay, let's go back. Step back and debug. Okay, so we zeroed out the running total, and then we jumped. We got the next thing. Slevers, hello, nice to see you here. We got the 4. We copied it to the placeholder. If it's 0, we jump. It's not, so we copy it to the current number. The current number is 4. We get the next number, which is -9. We jump if it's 0. It's not 0. We add it to the current number, which is 4. So this is -5. We copy it to the running total. It's -5, okay. We jump. We get the next number. It's 3. We copy it to the placeholder. If it's 0, we jump. It is not. We copy it to the current number. Okay, and then we grab I think we're throwing the number away. Hold on. Step back. Okay, so -5. We get the number, we copy it to the placeholder. If it's 0, we jump. It's not. So we copy it to the current number. The current number is 3. Why do we inbox here? I think we can take out these, because this is redundant. It should be adding it as -2, yeah. I think we can get rid of these two steps. Let's try it again. Not sure why it did inbox. Anyways, okay. 1. We copy it to the placeholder. We jump if it's 0, it's not. We copy it to the current number. We add the current number. Why are we adding the current number? We should be adding this to the... I guess we need to... The first thing we need to do is we need to make the running total 0. So right after the jump is 0... Oh, okay. So copy to running total. We'll get rid of this step right here. So copy from... So zeroing out the running total, we'll put this at the beginning of the loop. So copy to current, copy 0, and then we zero out the running total. Actually, we should put this outside of the loop. I guess we can zero it out. We can zero out the running total after we outbox, and we can also zero out the running total when we begin. It's not very efficient, but I guess we could do it like that. So copy to current, but this isn't very loopable. Okay, so the very first thing we do is we zero out the running total. Copy to placeholder. Oh no, I think I've screwed up my my code a little bit. Inbox. Copy to placeholder. If it's 0, you jump. We also need to we need to zero out the placeholder at the beginning too, or the running total at the very beginning. Okay, so copy from here, and then copy to the running total to make it 0, and then we begin the actual program. Okay. Alright, running total 0. Inbox 9, copy it to the placeholder, and then we copy to the current number, add the current number, no, this shouldn't be add the current number. We should be adding the running total. Add to running total, and then copy to running total. Okay, let's do it again. Zero out the running total. Grab the thing, put in the placeholder, copy to the current number, and then we add that number to the running total. Then we copy to the running total, then we jump up here and we do the thing again. We grab the next number, we copy it to the placeholder, we put it in the current number, we add it to the running total. Okay, and then we copy it to the running total, then we jump again. The next one, this is 0 this time. We copy it to the placeholder. If it's 0, we jump. We copy from the running total, we outbox that. And then we zero out the running total, and then we repeat the process. Okay, so 2, copy to the placeholder. current number is 2. Add it to the running total, which has been zeroed out, so it should be working okay. Copy to the running total. I can see you like puzzle games. I'm just trying to become better at problem solving. I'm actually very, very bad at puzzle games. But I figure if my brain hurts, Jedi Logic, these are the type of games which make a lot more sense when you're doing them yourself. I'm trying to explain as best as I can, but sometimes it's very complicated to do these kind of mathematical operations when the computer is very, very simple, like it is in this game. Okay, so -4. Copy it to the placeholder. It's not 0. Copy it to the current number. So the current number, we're going to add it to the running total. So now it's -2. Copy that to the running total. And then we're going to jump back and get the next number. So the next number is 8. Copy it to the placeholder. It's not 0. Copy it to the current number. Add to the running total. Copy it back to the running total. Jump up. Next number is 0. So because it's 0, first we need to copy it to the placeholder, and then we need to jump if it's 0. It is 0. This is floppy disk game era, kind of. Get the brain and puzzle solving mindset before hacking, I like it. So we jump over here, we copy from the running total. Then we put it in the outbox. Okay, and then we zero out the running total. We put the 0 in the running total again, we jump back up, we do it all over again. So this is a 0. We put it in the placeholder. Because it's 0, we need to jump over here, grab from the running total, which is 0, and then we need to put it in the outbox. Then we zero out the thing again. My first PC used floppy disks, says Slevers. My first PC also used floppy disks. I think the first PC I used was like a 286 computer, and the 286 was, well, it was a really, really old computer. No, actually, wait. The first computer I used wasn't a 286, it was an XT. It was an XT computer. If you recognize the names of these computers, you were officially old. Okay, so it's a 0. Like before, we just need to put a 0 in the outbox. Okay, I think we can just continue from here. Okay. Okay. So this is not a very efficient program. I used 14 commands, we were supposed to use 10. My program is kind of slow compared to the optimal one. That's fine. Okay, I think we're going to be stopping here, because we only have about 30 seconds left on the clock. But you know what? Let's go ahead and get out of the game. Like I said, you know, it's we're trying to figure out how to solve these problems using very limited tools. The limited tools in this case are the kind of simple computer that this game provides to you. MC25 says, does it show you the best route after you complete to compare? No, it doesn't, MC25. You can look this stuff up online. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have optimized this stuff. So if you go over to, I don't know, Human Resource Machine Solutions, there's all sorts of stuff over here. The game itself doesn't tell you. So Human Resource Machine Solutions. So if we were to go over to, I don't know, any of these levels here, what did we just do? We just did the multiplication workshop. So, I don't know. Just like any of our cybersecurity write-ups, we can look this stuff up, and yeah. So if we want to learn about what's the best way to do this. Stasik says, gonna go out so from fresh air, happy coding, might be back later. Stasik, hey, no problem. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a keyboard cat to play you out? Okay, let's play a little music and let's move on to the next part of the stream. So for the next part of the stream, we're going to be doing our second topic, and the second topic is Python coding. So Sliver says, do you think there's a tool where it's an all-in-one hacking tool? You just need the IP or the link, and all you need to do is just say what you want to do, like an AI chatbot, but for hacking. I think people are trying to develop that stuff right now. So they're trying to develop some sort of AI tool that can do auto-hacking for them. And after that's done, well, I guess that's going to be a lot of fun for the cybersecurity industry. But anyways, let's put 60 minutes on the clock. It's kind of scary, to be honest, maybe. There's definitely a lot of auto stuff. You just need to do it like a checklist. Yeah, I mean, if you want it, you do it like a checklist, but they're looking for something that's going to be completely automated, and it's just, point the machine at some sort of IP address or something else, and then, it does the entire job. But music's a bit loud. Let me turn that down. Okay, so we're going to be doing some challenges from this website over here for our next task. So this is the HackMyVM.eu Temperance Labs. I tried one tool like that, and it's not that efficient, rather an expensive paid tool, of course. I mean, the problem with the AI stuff right now is that the AI gets stuck in a loop very easily, and sometimes it just goes off the rails, and it gets stuck in a recursive loop where it can't progress, and it's just wasting your money. Okay, so let me go ahead and do my YouTube intro, and then we can start this level. So Stealthy Coder says, wouldn't it be better if you could actually write ASM code after finishing the challenge for more dev experience? Are you talking about... I was actually thinking about trying to convert the levels in Human Resource Machine into ASM, or into assembly language, x86 assembly language specifically. It's actually kind of complicated. But like I said, ASM Tutor over here, it's a pretty good resource for learning about assembly language, x86 in particular. I'm not too sure if W3 Schools has a course on x86 assembly as well. We could always check this out, just for a second. Okay, so W3 Schools is one of the best free resources for learning about coding in different languages. Let's see if they've got x86 here. I don't think they do. No, they don't. But pretty much everything else, they've got it over here. Anyways, let's go ahead and start this challenge over here. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for level 20 from the Temperance CTF Labs over at HackMyVM.eu. And what are we doing in this mission? So it says here, this is level 20. In this mission, you'll receive the first 50 words from the RockU dictionary in MD5. You must send which word the MD5 corresponds to. So we receive some of the first 50 words from the RockU dictionary in MD5. You must send which word the MD5 corresponds to. And so we see here that the server is going to send us an MD5 string. And what we need to do is we need to send the corresponding word from the RockU.txt list. So if you don't know about the RockU.txt list, let me illustrate it over here. So if we take a look at RockU.txt, it's going to be, well, on Kali Linux, it's going to be at user share wordless RockU.txt, and let's just get the first 50 words. So it's a very big list. Cannot open 50. Okay, let's put, yeah. So this is The entire list is 14 million of the most common passwords, and this is a very big list that's usually used in password cracking attacks or online brute forcing attacks. So what we want to do is we want to encrypt each one of these words into MD5 and then compare it with the string that the server sends us. So the server is going to send us a string, for example this one. What we want to do is we want to compare this to the MD5 hashed version of each one of these words, and if we find a match for what the server sends us, we have to send back the original word from the rocku.txt list. So let's go ahead and start the level. So in this level, what we need to do is we need to do some coding. So to do the coding, we've got the code from the previous level over here. So we saved this as level 20.py, but this is actually the code from level 19.py. So we're going to go into the text editor here, and we're going to do a little bit of coding. We're going to do some modification to the code. We're going to get rid of these imports over here because I don't think we need any of these for this level. Before we go on, let me talk about a very basic thing that we're going to be doing with each one of these levels. So for each one of these levels, we're going to communicate with the server on an arbitrary port, and we're going to do that with the socket module over here. So when we use the socket module, we need to specify a host and a port to communicate on. In this case, it's temperance.hackmyvm.eu, and the port that we're going to communicate on is 9988. So the first thing we do inside the code is we create a socket object. And the socket object is the object through which we're going to be communicating with the server. So with socket.socket, socket.afnet, socket.sockstream as S. So the object we're going to create is just called S. We're going to do the following. We're going to do s.connect. So we're going to connect to the server on the specified host and port. After that, we're connected to the server and we can do other things. So we're going to connect to the host and receive the initial message. Print receiving intro. We're going to save a variable called data, and it's going to be receiving bytes from the server. So we do s.receive. We'll receive 1024 bytes, and then we print the variable just to see what we got from the server. The next thing we need to do is we need to send the level that we want to access, and in this case it's going to be level 20. So we just need to adjust this. The reason when we send over the socket, we need to send bytes. So bytes are indicated in Python by this little b before the string. And the reason we send bytes is because the socket, when we receive things over a raw network connection, we receive bytes. We don't receive strings. Bytes and strings are different things, of course. And so when we receive something, we have to receive bytes. When we send something over the socket, we also have to send bytes. This is something that we have to be very careful of when we're dealing with Python. Okay, so the next thing we do is we receive the challenge, we receive more data from the server, and we print that out. And this is where we're going to put a pin in the code. So there's a bunch more code over here. We're just going to make sure that this part of the script works. So everything up until this point, we're going to write it out. And then in the other window here, we're going to run the script. Okay, so we see here that we managed to communicate with the socket. It's sending us bytes. So we see the B here, which means we're getting bytes, and we received something here. So this is an MD5 hash, because according to the challenge over here, you're going to receive one of the first 50 words from the Rocku dictionary in MD5. So this is going to be an MD5 hash. You need to find out which word it corresponds to. So what we need to do here is we need to make a list. We need to make a list of the first 50 words in the Rocku word list. So I'm just going to do it over here. So we're going to head 50, just get the first 50 words from the list. So user share word lists rocku.txt. Okay, so this is the list here. I'm just going to grab this. I guess what we need to do is we need to find an efficient way to turn this into a list. Hold on. Let me see if I can ask the AI to do this for me, because it seems like a kind of an ask. Okay, so I have a list of words with one word on each line. How can I format this in a way where Python will treat the output as a list? Okay, I am using Linux. Okay, so we'll just see what the AI has here. So it's probably something like separate them out with let's see, use sed, simple and clean, transform each line into a quoted string and add commas. Okay, so we use sed on whatever is output here, and then we're going to add the commas. So output is going to be word 1, word 2, word 3. Full Python list with brackets. I mean, I don't think we need that much. So whatever we have here, so this, we're gonna pipe that into sed with this here. Okay, so this puts all of the brackets, all of the single quotes around each one of the letters. So the next thing we need to do is we need to remove the new lines, and I guess 1001 Agency says, what's the challenge name, please, and should I download that file within my username? Download the file within my username? I'm not too sure what you're talking about, 1001 Agency. But let me, so the challenge we're looking at right now is over here. You'll need an account over at the hackmyvm.eu website to take a look at this page. So you can start at level 0, but if you want to just follow along, you could try taking a look at the write-ups over at the GitHub over here. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to get rid of the new lines. Actually, wait, we need to put a comma at the end of each one of these lines. Right? Where were we? So paste SD. I'm not too sure what that does. But let's see. Let's just search this real quick. So Linux append comma to end of each line. So to append a comma to the end of each line, to the end of each line in the file in Linux, use the sed command. So use sed for in-place editing, okay, and then we need to grab this. This should put the comma at the end of each line. So this is another sed command. No input files. So okay, so this puts the comma at the end of each line, and the last thing we need to do is we need to eliminate all the new line characters. So trd new lines, so /n like this. Okay, so I think this should work. I'm just gonna grab this and we're gonna paste this into the Python script over here. Okay, so we're just gonna define, we'll call it rockulist, rockulist equals all this stuff. Okay, great. So we've got our list over here. So we'll write this out, and what do we need to do next? We need to write a little function that compares whatever we receive in this string over here. Well, first thing we need to do is we need to take whatever we receive from the server, and we need to convert it into a string. So convert the bytes into a string. Oh, we need to spell that correctly. Okay, convert the bytes into a string. So this, we're just going to call this data string. This data string equals data2 dot decode from bytes into ASCII. Actually, let's just do UTF-8, and then we'll print that out. So print, this is the string, these are the bytes converted to a string. Okay, and then we will print out data string. Okay, so each time we do something inside of our script, we should be printing out something to indicate what we're doing inside of the script. So we're just going to write this out, and we're going to run the script again. Where are we? Here. Okay, so we receive the challenge. These are the bytes, and then we would convert them into a string. These are the bytes converted to a string. Great. So the next thing we need to do is we need to find a way to compare this string to each one of the words in the list of Rocky words. So how do we do MD5 hashing? So this is something I'm just going to have to look up. Let's see, Python MD5 hashing function. Okay, so there's a hashlib module for cryptographic hashing including MD5. So import the hashlib module, and then create an MD5 hash object, instantiate the MD5 hash object using HackTheLib.md5. MD5 sum, oh, inside of Python. Yeah, MD5 sum is, that works for Linux, but we're doing it inside of Python. So hashlib, MD5 hasher, hashlib, So it's just to import the hashlib first. So up here, yeah, import the hashlib. So import hashlib, and I guess we're gonna write a little for loop here. So here we need to do a for loop that hashes each one of the Rocky words and compares it to the data string. Okay, so so for words in Rocky list, for word, I guess, for word in Rocky list, we're going to be doing something. So for each one of the words in Rocky list, we're going to, what is the function? We're going to hashlib.md5. Hashlib.md5 on the word. And I guess we're going to call this something. We're going to call this the current 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 word, or maybe current hash. So the current hash is going to be the MD5. It's going to be the hashlib.md5 word, and then we're going to do the comparison. So the comparison, if how do we compare? So if current hash is equal to data string return current hash return current hash and then break. Yeah. So so if this is not 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. So whenever you write code blocks inside of Python, you have to make sure that all of the what is it called? The spacing. You have to make sure all the spacing is correct, otherwise the code's not going to work. Okay, so do we need to put anything else in here? Yeah, I don't think we need to put anything else in here. Okay, so do a loop that hashes each one of them. And so the loop return current hash. I guess, do we need to make this a function? We should make this a function. So we're gonna call it, I don't know, get hash and we're gonna put what are we going to put in here? The data string. Okay, which means we need to indent this again. And then we need to run this function. So to run the function, run the function. We would do get hash with the data string. And that should return the current hash. That should return the correct MD5 encrypted thing. So run the function. We're going to save this as a variable. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now. So when the ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube as well, and we put on the birds. So enjoy the birds. Over here, we're just going to have a little water break for about 60 seconds. Enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's test out our script. So if current hash equals the data string, return current hash. Actually, we don't want to return the current hash. Hold on. Okay, so we actually want to get the word. So for word in RockU list, current hash, we need to return the word, not the current hash. So return the word and then break. Okay, I think this should work better. Okay, so get hash data string, and then we'll print out something like print we're gonna run the function. We're gonna save the thing as the correct word, and that's going to be equal to running the function. So print out something like this is the matching word. Okay, and then print out correct word. Okay, let's save that out. Let's see if this works, because there is a distinct possibility that this doesn't work. Okay, expected something. Define get. Oh, okay. When you write your functions, you need to put a colon over here. Let's save that. Let's run the script again. Strings must be encoded before hashing. Oh. Strings must be encoded before hashing. So we need to turn the strings into bytes first. Let me check. Actually, no, we don't need to check. We just need to go over here and we need to make sure that these are bytes. Okay, so for word in RockU list, we need to transform the word into bytes. So word bytes equal word dot decode. Word dot decode from UTF-8. And this should be bytes. So the current hash is going to be the hashlib MD5 on word bytes. So if current hash is equal to the data string, actually the data string, this shouldn't be the data string then. So because this function uses bytes, we can't convert the bytes into a string. So I guess all we need to do here is omit the part where we convert the bytes into a string, and then we send it data 2 directly. Okay, so this is going to be data 2. And in this case, because this is already raw bytes, we don't need to convert the word from a string. So we just need to send it the word, because the word is going to be bytes. Okay, anyways, let's go ahead and write that out and run it again. Okay, we received the challenge. These are the bytes, and strings must be encoded before hashing. Oh, so the word is, right, okay. So the word in the list over here, RockU list, these are still strings. So we need to convert those words into bytes. So for word in RockU list, word bytes equals word dot decode or encode. Encode into bytes from UTF-8 format. Okay, so current hash equals MD5 hashing on the word bytes. If current hash equals to the data string, then return the word and break. Okay, write that out, and let's run the script again. Okay, this is the matching word, none. Oh, something's gone wrong. So, get hash data string. Correct word equals get hash on data 2. So data 2 would have been fed into here. So word for word in RockU list, word bytes equals to word.encode UTF-8. Current hash is equal to hashing the word bytes. If the current hash is equal to the data string, return the word, and then break. So I'm not sure what's going on here. So return the word. This is the matching word, none. I didn't expect it to be none, I expected it to be something. Okay, I'm gonna feed this to the AI. Maybe it can help me debug this, because I'm not too sure why nothing is returning here. Okay, so Claude is supposed to be, Claude will return soon, temporary service interruption. Really? Because it seems like we can load it up okay. Alright. We're having trouble with our Python script. Oh wait, did we not print that out for some reason? We printed out the correct word, it came back as nothing. I only got the hash 2. Does the server work? I mean, the server sends us this, so we should be able to get the corresponding word from, let's see, we print out, what are we printing out? The get hash output, but it returns none. Okay, print word bytes. Are we supposed to print word bytes instead? The problem is it returns a hash object, not a string. Oh, you need to call hex digest to get the actual hash string. It returns a hash object, not a string. You need to call hex digest to get the actual hash string. So we need to current hash equals hashlib dot hex digest. So do we just add this? Dot, what is it? Hex digest. Okay, so let's go back, let's run it again. So it still says this is the matching word. So for word in RockU list, word bytes equals this. If the current hash is equal to the data string, return word break. Actually, you know what? I want to print that out. I want to print these out just to do some debugging. So we're going to print out current hash. So I'll print out the current hash just to make sure that it's going through okay. Okay. Let's run the script. It doesn't print it out because this never goes off. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Let's just do this in the for loop. So print current hash. Okay, and then okay, so we received this as the challenge. So 827. So yeah. Oh, these are bytes, and they're being compared to strings right now. Hold on. Okay, so current hash, let's just print out the type, because I suspect that these are strings, and they're being compared to bytes, so this will never come back. Okay, so we'll do type on current hash. So this should come back as strings, because that's what I suspect it is. Okay. These are strings, so they'll never come back. Okay, so the problem here is that we're comparing strings to bytes, and they don't compare to each other. So current hash dot encode. Actually, no. We'll do if current hash dot encode. Decode to bytes from UTF-8. Yeah, oh wait. Yeah, okay. I think this should be okay. Alright, let's save that out. Let's see if this works now. Oh, okay, it's not decode, it's supposed to be encode. I get this wrong all the time. So if I'm trying to turn something into bytes from strings, we need to encode. It doesn't seem very intuitive. Okay, this is the matching word rock you. What? Is rock you one of the actual words? That's weird. Hold on, let's get rid of this, because I forgot to get rid of this part. Okay, let's save that out. Okay, so it seems to be working now. So each time we receive some bytes, and then we are able to identify the matching word. Okay, so if that's the case, then all we need to do is we need to turn this string into bytes and then send it back to the server. So over here in the code, we need to do this. So convert the correct word into bytes. So all we need to do here is we just need to bytes equals correct word dot decode or encode from UTF-8. And then we'll print a little message too. These are this is the string converted to bytes. And then new line, and then bytes. Hold on. Okay, so this is the last step we need to confirm before we send it back to the server and get the flag. So this seems to be okay. So we got the bytes. All we need to do is to send these bytes back to the server, and then we should be able to complete the challenge. Oops. Okay, and let's run the script one last time. Done, great. So we got the flag, it is this. HMV rock you, rock me, great. Okay, so before we finish the challenge, let's talk about what we did in this challenge. Okay, so for this challenge, we needed to grab a list of words from the rock you list, and then we needed to compare it against whatever we received from the server. So we received some a MD5 hash from the server, and we needed to compare it to each one of the words inside the rock you list, the first 50 of the words anyways. So what we did, after we converted, we did a for loop. So we wrote a for loop, which is going to iterate over each one of the words in the rock you list over here. So for each one of the words, we turned those words into bytes, and then we did a comparison. So we did a comparison between the bytes that we received from the server and each one of the words. So if the words match, then we would return the word, and then we would save it. And we saved it as this variable here called correct word, which is a string. We need to convert the string into bytes and then send back to the server, and then we got the flag. Okay, so to finish the challenge, we just need to grab the flag here and then submit it to the server. Here. Okay, they want us to sign in again. That's great. Let's go back. So HMV Labs, Temperance, paste in the flag. We're on level number 20. You have submitted the flag successfully. Great. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for level number 20 from the Temperance CTF Labs from HackMyVM.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to do the next challenge in the next 18 minutes, but we'll give it a try. We might have to dig into time from the next part of the stream. Okay, so what do we got for the next level? So the next level is level number 21. All right, everybody, this is okay. Before we start this, I need to save this out, and we need to record this. So we're recording each of the scripts that we create for these levels inside of my GitHub repository. Because if you don't document something, then it doesn't happen. If you didn't document it, didn't happen. So we're just going to grab this list here, or the script rather, and we're going to save it to my GitHub repository here. So this is going to be level 20. And I actually had a solution for level 20 here previously. But you know what? I like the one that I wrote just now better. So we're just going to get rid of everything here, and we're going to replace this with the code that I just wrote. Okay, so let's commit those changes. All right, let's go back. So this was level 20. And we're just going to save this out as level 21. Hussein, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, I'm doing okay. We're just doing a little programming puzzle over here. How are you doing? And you know what? Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Welcome on in. Okay, let's go ahead and start the next level. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for level number 21 from the Temperance CTF Labs over at HackMyVM.eu. So the first thing we need to do for this level here is we need to take a look at the objectives. So it says, in this mission, you will receive a number, and you must return what amount of kilobytes that number corresponds to. So for example, the server is going to send us this number over here, and we need to convert that into kilobytes. We need to put the KB on top of there, and it looks like we need to put the dot in there as well. So we need to format this level in a very specific way, the whatever we send back to the server. So what are we going to do? Let's go back to our script. So we're just going to edit the script from the previous level. Okay, so for this level, we're just going to modify the script we had previously, and then we're going to get on with the next level. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to modify the script so that we're accessing level 21 instead of level 20, which was the previous level. So we're just going to modify the script here, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to need this loop from the previous level. I'm just going to get rid of that. And okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to receive some data from the server here, and then we're going to send some data which selects which level we want to access. We're going to receive the initial bytes from the challenge here, and we're just going to print it out, and that's where we're going to end off the script, because we want to test to see if it works up until this point. Okay, so back over here in this other window, we're just going to run the script file. Okay, so receiving the challenge. So we receive this number here. We need to do some mathematical operations here, and we need to send back the number of kilobytes. So kilobytes are 1024. So I'm pretty sure that's the value of a kilobyte. Is a kilobyte, what is the size of a kilobyte? Okay, so a kilobyte is a digital information storage roughly equivalent to 1000 bytes. While often used as 1000, it's technically equal to 1024 bytes in some contexts, particularly when dealing with computer memory. So I think this is the format, this is what they want from this level here. Because in this level, if this was actually just divided by 1000, you wouldn't get this number, because this number looks like it's been divided by 1024. You know what? Let's do a little calculation real quick. So let's see. Online calculator. So whatever number we got. Did I didn't copy that correctly. Okay, let's copy this number. Let's paste in, we can't paste in this number? Okay, well, I mean, what number is it? 52321. 52321 divided by 1024. Okay, so it's 5109. 51.09. So I'm pretty sure this is what we got here. 51.09 kilobytes. So they're ending off after the first two decimal digits here. So I'm pretty sure we're going to need to do this in our code as well. So let's go ahead and do that. The first thing we need to do is we need to save whatever we receive from the data here as an integer. Oops. So this is the step. Save the data2 variable as an integer. And so we're just going to do, I'm just going to call it data int, and this is going to be the integer of data2. I hope this goes over okay, because actually, you know what? I think we need to convert this to string first, because otherwise something's going to go really wrong if we try to convert it to an integer directly. So this is just my suspicion. We're going to print this out, and we're just going to make sure that this goes okay. So this is the bytes converted to integer, and I don't know, we'll print out data int. Okay, so let's try running the script again. Oh, you know what? It converted okay. So we can work with this integer, that's great. Okay, so the next thing we need to do then is we need to convert the integer to actually format the integer as kilobytes. And how do we do that? We would do kilobytes equals data int divided by, oh wait, data int divided by 1024. Okay, and then we would print out something like this is the integer converted to kilobytes, to raw kilobytes. So if it's raw kilobytes, it's going to be some sort of really long, it's going to be a really long decimal number. But we don't really want a long decimal number because we need to format it in a correct way. So kilobytes, actually we'll call this kilobytes raw. Okay, so we write that out, and then let's run the script. So this is the integer converted to raw kilobytes. So we don't want the rest of these here. We only want the first 2 decimal digits. I wonder if we can do this. I think we can do this pretty easily with Python. So Python divide number round to first 2 decimal places. Yeah. Okay, so the built-in round function can be used. So use round and then what? So rounded result equals round result 2. Okay, so the first argument is the thing we want to put in, and then the second argument is the number of decimal places. Okay, so we just need to round the result to only the first 2 decimal places. Oh, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we'll run one on YouTube. And we'll put on the birds. Okay, so enjoy the birds, and we'll be back in about 40 seconds. Enjoy the music and the birds. Okay, let's put the birds away. And let's get back to the hacking, or the coding rather. Okay, so round the results to only the first 2 decimal places. Rounded integer. Let's just call this kilobytes raw. Let's just call this, what was it, round? Was that the name of the function? Round. Yeah. So round kilobytes raw. And the second argument is the number of decimal places. Okay. And here, we're going to print out a new message. This is the rounded result to 2 decimal places. Okay, and then rounded integer. Actually, it's not an integer anymore. So rounded result. Because this is a float. I'm pretty sure this is a float now. After it gets divided. Okay, we'll write that out, and then we'll run the script again. So this is the integer converted to raw kilobytes. So this is the number. This is the rounded result to 2 decimal places here. Okay. And the last thing we need to do is we need to tack on the kilobytes, the KB on the end of this, because this is what the server wants. It wants the output to have the KB on the end. So we just need to go over to the next step, which is going to be format the number into a string that the server expects. Okay, so that is what we're doing here, and we're just going to call this result string, and we're just going to make this the string version of rounded result, and then we're going to add KB on the end of that. Yeah. And what are we going to do? We're going to print out a message. This is the formatted string. Result string. Run it again. Okay, this is the formatted string, and it is rounded to 2 decimal places and has the KB on the end. So the only thing we need to do now is we need to convert this into bytes, because we can only send bytes through the socket and then send it back to the server to get the to complete the challenge. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to convert the correct, well, number. I guess we're going to convert the string into bytes. So the bytes in this case is going to be result string dot encode, and we're just going to print out this is the string converted to bytes. Okay, and then we're gonna run it again. So this is the string converted to bytes. I think this should be just enough to send back to the server to get our flag and complete the challenge. So we're just going to get rid of this last part. We're just going to add this last little bit over here where we send the bytes back and then we receive the flag. So write that out and then run the script one last time. Okay, we got the flag. So the flag is HMB kilobeats. Kilobeats? Okay. Alright, so before we finish the challenge, let's just talk about what we did in the challenge here. So the challenge was to receive a number and then convert it into kilobytes, which we do by dividing the number by 1024, and then we need to take whatever result we got from there, and then we need to round it off to the last 2 decimal places, and then put this KB on the end. So after we did that, we converted this string into bytes and we send it back to the server, and then we got the flag. So let's go ahead and submit the flag to complete the challenge. Done. Okay. All right, everybody. This was a guided walkthrough for level number 21 from the Temperance CTF Labs over at HackMyVM.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. So we managed to finish it before our time ran out. That's great. Okay, so let's go ahead and get ready for the next part of today's stream. So in the next part of today's stream, let's get the topics ready. So this is going to be topic number 3. So the third topic is we're going to be doing HackTheBox Academy. So Hack the Box, Hack the Planet, Hack the Planet, Hack the Planet. Hello Neems, nice to see you here, and nice to see you here as well, Sabrina Dante. I don't see you on your YouTube account too often, but you're welcome wherever you're coming from. Okay, let's do a Nyan Cat, because I love Nyan Cat. Okay, so before we finish out, I'm just going to take the script that we got for level number 21, and I'm going to save it out to my GitHub. Because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. And I've been burned before by by forgetting to save stuff to my GitHub before. So this is going to be level number 21. Yeah, I actually have a previous level number 21, but I'm going to replace it with the script that we just wrote, because I like this one better. Okay, so we're going to save this script, and we'll come back to this next week where hopefully we can solve a couple more levels. So just for fun... Oh, not just for fun. Anyways, we're going to be working on HackTheBox now. So if you don't have an account over at HackTheBox, you can make one by going to academy.hackthebox.com. We're working on this module here. And this module is talking about stack buffer overflows on Windows x86 systems. So buffer overflows and binary hacking in general is a really fun type of hacking. And what we need to do is, well, we'll go through the module over here. We'll talk a little bit about what it means to do hacking on to do binary hacking on Windows. Let's put 60 minutes on the clock, and Gruntplay says we have to meet up in some DEF CON. Hello Gruntplay, nice to see you here. And yeah, I'm not going to this DEF CON because, well, I want to build up more of a community over at HackerFrogs before I go to DEF CON, and maybe we can have a little meetup over there. But yeah, to anybody who doesn't know, we're probably going to be putting out a Discord community for HackerFrogs in the next week or so. So probably by the end of this week coming up. Not this week, of course. Not this year. Irakuza, greetings from Venezuela. Hello, nice to see you here. Irakuza. I'm excited for the Discord. I don't know what it's going to be like moderating in the Discord, but I guess I'll find out pretty soon. But Irakuza, hello, welcome in, and hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so before we move on, I guess I'm going to close out as many of these tabs as I can, because I get kind of annoyed when there are too many tabs in my browser. Okay, so this is HackTheBox Academy, and we're going to be talking about binary hacking. So we came up to this part over here. It's called fuzzing parameters. Time for fuzzing, hopefully. So for stack buffer overflows, we usually have 5 steps to identify and hack the buffer overflow vulnerability. We're going to be fuzzing parameters, we're going to be controlling the EIP, we're going to be identifying bad characters, we're going to be finding a return instruction Thank you very much. Matt was here. ZA, thank you. You're now HackerFrog. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a desert frog. It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so if at any time you find that the stuff on the screen is too hard to read, please let me know, and then I can adjust the size of the font. So I'd like to make it so that everybody can read and follow along with what's going on. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is find a return instruction and then jump to the shellcode. So usually the first step in any binary vulnerability exercise is fuzzing the various parameters or any other input that the program accepts to see whether or not our input can cause the application to crash. Okay, so if we see that the program crashed because our input overrode the EIP register, we likely have a stack-based buffer overflow vulnerability. So what we're going to do is we're going to access the free CD to MP3 converter program, and this is the binary that we're going to be hacking today. So before we move on, I'm going to log in. I'm going to log into the machine that we need to access in this case. So at the bottom of the page, there's going to be some questions here. It says click here to spawn the target system. I'm just going to click on this. It's going to spawn a virtual machine that we need to interact with. And before we actually interact with it, let me do a little bit of cleanup here. So we're going to be interacting with it through OpenVPN because we need to connect to the machine in order to use the machine. The machine we're going to be using is going to be a Windows machine, and we're just going to use this VPN key over here to access the HackTheBox network. Irakuza says, I'm starting out in cybersecurity. Where should I start? I have experience as a full-stack programmer. Well, I mean, Irakuza, you've got more experience than a lot of people. How much experience do you have as a full-stack programmer? Do you mind telling me how many years you worked as full-stack, and what languages did you use? Were you coding a web application, or were you developing something else? If I know more about your situation, I can give you better advice. The other thing I want to ask you, Irakuza, is what kind of job are you looking for in cybersecurity? Because that really matters as well. Grandplay says, what do I do for a living? I do cybersecurity education for a living. I'm trying to grow my channels, and I'm trying to do Twitch and YouTube stuff. But I've previously worked as a web app security tester. But I decided that web app security testing wasn't really what I wanted to do. I wanted to do education instead. Okay, so we've got our connection over here. It's up and running, and we should be able to access the HackTheBox machines. So if we go back to the website, we also have an IP address that we can use to access the machine over here. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the X-Free RDP3 program over here to log into the Windows machine. Irakuza says, programming languages such as Python, Angular, Node.js, among others. I work for a telecommunications company here in Venezuela. And Neem says, how is the process of getting your web app job? So I always advocate for social networking as much as you can inside of the cybersecurity community. So I did a lot of volunteer work for the local cybersecurity community. I did workshops. Well, I led workshops. I did presentations, and I studied for about a year and a half, and I was able to get a job doing web app security testing from a recommendation from other people in the community. So other people in the community recommended the job to me or to the company that was doing the hiring. So I had OSCP training, and I had my EJPT certificate. I didn't pass my OSCP exam, but I was still able to get the job, and it was a lot of fun. Brian's, hello, nice to see you here. Hola, ¿cómo está? ¿Está bien? Is that how you're supposed to answer the question? Okay, so we're just gonna log into the Windows machine now. Gremplay says, get the OSCP, it's not that hard. I mean, the problem is that the OSCP doesn't really benefit me all that much because I'm not applying for jobs right now. But, I mean, if I were to do another certification, it wouldn't be the OSCP, it would be something else. Okay, so from here, we're going to start up the two programs that we need to interact with. So there's the free CD to MP3 converter program, and then there's X32DBG that we're going to be using to debug the program. It doesn't matter, it's a status thing. I mean, it doesn't benefit me. It doesn't benefit me all that much, and it's going to cost like a couple $100. So I guess if I want to spend a couple $100 for a status thing, maybe. I don't even know if I can do the retakes anymore because it's been like 3 or 4 years. They might ask me to do the entire course over again. Okay, so we got the program we're supposed to be hacking here. We started it up, and we're also going to start up the X32DBG program. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to go and do in here is I'm going to change the appearance of the program because the font is way too small. So let's see, let's go over to font. Let's make everything 16-point font. Whoops, not 18, 16. Hold on, everybody. I'm just trying to make it a lot easier for people to see what's going on inside of the debugger here. It also helps me out too because this is a little bit too small for me as well. Okay, so everything's going to be 16-point. And let's do OK. Let's save that. We need to restart the program for everything to take effect. So I'm just going to get out of the debugger and then restart it. Balmung says the cord insert is now $1,800. Just started it myself, and that hurt to buy. Just bypass that filter. You can bypass the filter by knowing the right people. So, I mean, this is what I recommend to people. Gremplay, I paid for the OSCP myself as well, but it was cheaper back when I took it. So I took it like 4 years ago. I took it like 4 years ago now, and it still wasn't cheap, but it's not as expensive as it is now. Still unable to bypass, look at my site. AR. I've never seen, with all this experience, unable to find a job. I mean, the job market right now it's pretty tough. And, well, I mean, you already have connections to the local cybersecurity community. You could keep asking around. Eventually, there's going to be a job vacancy at one of the companies that the people in the community know about. AR equals Argentina. Do you live in Argentina? I thought you were American. But I mean, let me take a look at the site. Oh, okay. I see your website. Yeah. Okay. I'm flattered, that means I have good English. I mean, Grenplay, I never thought that you were an ESL student. I guess, Florida here. Camerex, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. I saw you in Pebbles chat earlier today. Okay, so what are we supposed to be doing? I think what we need to do is we need to attach the debugger to one of the processes. So the process here is going to be cd extract. Click on attach. Okay, so the debugger is now attached to the program. And let's just go back to the web page here. Grandplay says, in what student? No, ESL student. So I mean, I didn't get the impression that you were an English as a second language student. I thought you were a native English speaker. But yeah. Okay, let's what are we supposed to be doing? Let me look this up. Okay, fuzzing the text fields. So let's start by creating a very large payload, like 10,000 characters, and input them to our field. We can get our text payload with Python as follows. So we can open up a terminal and then use a Python command. So where are we? Over here? Okay, and I think we can open up PowerShell. Okay, so Windows PowerShell. Oh, this is really small as well. Let's make this bigger. Let's see, edit, properties. Properties font. Let's make this 24 font. Okay, that's much better. Can we paste in? Okay, we can't paste it in. Camric says, I made the rounds through a few of you guys. Just recently found you 2 weeks ago from a Pebble raid. Oh, awesome, awesome. So you're from Pebble's channel initially. Yeah. Okay, let's copy that. Can we paste in here? We can't paste in here. Okay, but I think I can paste in here. Oh, I can paste in there. Great. Okay, so we print 10,000 days with the Python script. Gameboy says, need to crash the program, then inject the shellcode into it, right? Yeah, yeah. Why is this so slow? I just want to run the dang Python. Okay, 10,000 days. Can I copy this? This isn't working out very well. Hold on. 10,000 days. Okay, I got it. So is it right-click? Right-click will copy it, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so what do they want us to do now? Okay, we can copy our payload and paste it into both fields in the registration window and click OK. So, I mean, it says it doesn't work, right? As we can see, the program does not crash, and it tells us registration is not valid. Okay, Camric says, you, Pebble, Sly, WRXRob, Theo, and Blaze is my list so far, and looking for more. Yeah, I mean, actually, I can recommend some other cybersecurity channels as well. InfoSec Streams. So InfoSec Streams has all of the... Yeah, Fixit42 is a good channel. They're Swedish. And actually, Panako Panko is also Swedish. You'll find them on the infosecstreams.com list. And they're both pretty good channels. And GoPro Slowyo is an OG for cybersecurity stuff on Twitch. And we got Slyborg, Pebble. I'm not too sure about the rest of these people here. Oh, Hack Smarter. Hack Smarter is another really good channel. If you ever see Hack Smarter online, you should check him out. Okay, where were we? We were hacking the planet. Okay, so fuzzing an open file. Let's move on to fuzzing the file with open files. Both the program's file menu and clicking on the encode button to seem to accept .wav files, which is among the files that tend to cause overflows. So let's try to fuzz the program with .wav files. Do you say .wav or .wave when you say this file extension? So either type WAV or WAVE and let us know how do you pronounce this file extension. Okay, so we're going to repeat what we did to generate our last text payload and write the output to .wav file as follows. WAVE files. Okay. Okay. Well, good to know, good to know. They're not WAV, they're WAVE? Okay. So Python C, file equals open this. All right, I think I can copy this. Okay, so this is going to create a .wave file. Wavy wave. Okay, so that means that we've got a .wave file in here. It is 10,002 bytes. That's great. And let's go ahead and fuzz this. So what do they want us to do? Note there are much more advanced methods of fuzzing parameters by automatically sending various types of input fields and parameters. In our case, we're going to start with a basic example of a very long string. So we're going to try to open our payload file by clicking on the encode button. Okay? So let me minimize this and this. Skip the registration. In the program, we're going to encode. Oh, there's a button called encode. Okay, and then we need to select the file. What directory is that in? It's not the desktop. Hold on, I need to figure out where we saved it. So, users HTTP student. This PC. Oh, this is where we figured out that the machine was really slow. Did this give you a Windows machine to use this, or is this my hosted Windows? So this is the machine from HackTheBox. Okay, so it looks like the program is very, very unresponsive. This is no good. So what I think I need to do is I need to just put it in the documents directory because it doesn't seem to want to play nice here. I wonder if I can just exit the program. Okay, so here, let's go ahead and exit. Debugger is still running. Yeah, exit. I would love to work on a VM rather than this. What version does it use? I'm not too sure. I think this is I mean, this has to be some sort of Windows 10, because this is I mean, it certainly looks like Windows 10. Let's go ahead and put the required file in the documents directory. So this is going to be in. So this is the documents directory here, but we want to go get the file from C users something something. Not Windows, but the CD player. Oh, free CD to MP3 computer converter? I'm not too sure. Let's see the properties. Actually, I can look it up after I open it up next time. Just a second. Okay, so C drive, users, HTTP student, fuzz. So we're just going to copy this, and we're going to put it in the documents folder here. Okay, and then we can open up the files again. Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch, so we're going to run one on YouTube, and we're going to put on the birds. How about this bird? Okay, enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Let me just switch up my music and then we can continue. How about some StarCraft 2? Cypher says, are the birds you're in recordings that just come from kind of stock footage? These are my birds. Well, I mean, this is my footage rather, yeah. Okay, so start up free CD to MP3 converter. This is 3.1. So let me just type it in. Free CD to MP3 converter 3.1. This is the program that we're hacking today. Okay, so start up the debugger, attach the debugger. Okay, so the debugger is working. We just need to encode. Click on encode, choose fuzz, open it up, and what happened? Did it crash? Okay, so first chance exception on 414141. So the program crashed. Okay, now we can download it. I mean, if you're going to need to find the program somewhere on the internet. I don't know where it is. So we see here that the memory registers are just filled up with these 41 characters here. Yeah, so these are the addresses, and they're just filled up with these 41 characters, which is the A character that we use to fill up the .wave file. So we also see that the EBX register, the registers are over here, and we can see the contents. So the ESI, the EDI, the EIP, they're all filled up with the 41 character. And Ninite.com has everything. I mean, I've never tried it before, but yeah, try it out. If it ain't on Ninite, you don't need it. Is that? I've never heard of that site before. Okay, so we managed to crash the program by feeding it this file over here. So what's next? So once we open the file, we see that the program crashes and the debugger pauses with a message saying first chance exception on 414141. And so this is what the EIP register tried to load in, and that's what crashed the program. So the message indicates that the program tried to execute the address 414141. In ASCII, the uppercase A character has the hex code X 0x41. So it looks like the program tried to go to address AAAA, which means we've successfully changed the EIP address. So we can confirm that by looking at the registers window in the top right. So over here, this is the registers window. I think I can make this a little bit bigger. Yeah. So this is the registers window, and we can see the contents of the memory registers here. Now for the fun part, figuring out just the right amount of A's. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to give you a tutorial on how to do that here, so it's not that big of a problem, I don't think. Okay, so indeed, we overwrote both the EBP, so this is the base pointer here, and the EIP, which is the instruction pointer. Where is it? Here. And then the program tried to execute our overwritten EIP address. So we can check the stack at the bottom right window to see that our buffer is filled with A's. So all of the A's over here. That shows that we're controlling the EIP, so we may hack the vulnerability to execute the shellcode we write to memory. So in the next section, we can see how to put a specific value in the EIP by calculating how far is into the stack and changing our payload to reflect that. Okay, so try to fuzz the program with the WAV file increments of 1000 bytes and find the smallest payload size that crashes the program and overwrites the EIP. WAV files with increments of 1000 bytes. Okay, I mean, I guess what we need to do is we need to create several different WAV files. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Where are we? Here. Okay, minimize this, and then go back to PowerShell. So this one has 10,000. Let's do one with, I don't know, let's do one with 3,000. So we'll call this Fuzz3. And then we'll make another one, we'll call it Fuzz4, Fuzz5, etc. because we're trying to figure out the smallest amount, I guess in the thousands, that is going to overwrite the EIP. And let's see. So I'm just going to try... I forgot to make the one for 5. $4,112 to crash. Thank you for saving us a bit of time, Game Boy. I'm gonna try this out myself just to make sure that it's the correct number. Try to fuzz the program. What is the smallest payload size that crashes the program and overwrites the EIP? I mean, I guess we could also use an... Wasn't there some sort of automated script that we could use here? Unfortunately, they don't really give... Okay, so if I put 5,000, is that the... Well, it's probably not the answer. Okay, well, I guess 5,000 was the right answer. Great. Meta has the Ruby script that I just can't recall the name. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, Meta, the Forbidden platform, probably has this kind of stuff as well. Okay, so we answered this. Let's move on to the next section. Okay, so controlling the EIP. So far we've discovered the fuzz parameters and identified a vulnerable entry point. So our next step would be to precisely control what address gets placed in the EIP, such that it gets executed when the program runs from the function with the ret instruction. Okay, so we're looking for the EIP offset, the instruction pointer offset. So there are many tricks we can use to find the offset from the EIP from our input. One way is to send a buffer half filled with A's and half filled with B's, and then seeing which character fills the EIP. So if it gets filled with 41s, then it would indicate that it's in the first half, and if it gets filled with 42, that means it's in the second half. Once we know which half the EIP lies in, we can repeat the process with half and split it into 2 quarters, etc., until we pinpoint exactly where EIP is. Okay. So another method of finding EIP's offset is by using a unique pattern as our input and then seeing which values fill the EIP. So this is more like what I'm used to. We create a unique pattern of characters to fill the file. So luckily we don't have to manually code a script because there are numerous tools like pattern create and pattern offset, which are included with the ERC plugin that we installed earlier. Did we? Yeah, we do have Python on the machine. So user bin msf pattern create L. I mean, we can run this program from Kali Linux. So I'm just going to copy this. We're going to go over to our console here on Kali Linux, and we're just going to run the program. So this is the pattern over here. So we're going to create a file with this as the contents. Go back, and I wonder if I can create the file here. Hold on. Okay. So I want to do this in the documents directory. I'm going to create a new text file. So we're just going to call it, I don't know, pattern. And we're going to fill it with the pattern we created over here. Okay, so it's here. I'm going to save that out. And then all we need to do is, well, we need to edit the file extensions. So you can do that inside of Windows. It's one of the advanced options over here. So view, file extensions, where is it? File name extensions. Okay, so we can see the file extensions now. We're just going to modify this and rename it from .txt to .wav. Okay, we're going to confirm that. And now we can open this up using the converter program. Okay. Oh, what is what is that? For your notes later, MC25, well, I mean, if you're trying to paste in a link, you can. Oh, the directory paths in base64. Really? I thought you were trying to paste in a URL. I mean, you can paste in URLs in Twitch. Unfortunately, you can't paste in links directly in YouTube. Anyways, what are we doing here? Okay, so we need to reset the binary over here. So I think you can do it inside of here. So file, can we restart? Hold on. This button over here. So click on the restart button, and that restarts the binary. Okay. So from here, we're just going to do encode, and then we're going to choose the pattern.wav file. Okay, activate to some people. Mod. They can share the link for the program. Yeah, I need to get around to. Well, I mean, the thing is that there are not enough people watching to to justify like creating moderators, but eventually, yeah. Okay, open this up. This will crash the program. So we've got the crash that happens over here, and we see that the EIP, the instruction pointer, has this number inside of it. So we need to take note of this number, and we need to get the offset. Can I copy from here? Copy value. Okay. Copy value. I think we can go back to our Kali Linux here, and we can do the pattern offset program. Offset. Let's see. Game Boy sales, it would be great that trusted people can share the link for this software. Yeah, I mean, eventually. Okay, so the pattern offset is where? Pattern offset. Oh. Huh. Okay. Invalid option. What argument are we supposed to send it? Hold on. It's pattern offset query Q. Okay. So exact match found at offset 4112. So this is the number of characters we have to send as the offset for the script. So what are we doing over here? Okay, so let's see. We can now go to our desktop to find the output saved to a pattern called pattern_create1.txt. Now we can save the pattern to a WAV file. I think we've already done that. Okay, they want us to do a little script. Okay, and so we'll write our X in Python 3 since it has built-in libraries, great, like struct and requests. So we can start by creating a new function called def eip offset, and then create our payload variable as a bytes object, and then paste between the parentheses the ASCII output from pattern create1. So we can click on the sure. I mean, I think we're going to be doing all of this inside of our attacker machine. And yeah, so let's write up a little Python code. So nano, we're just going to call it x.py. And what are we going to put in here? I think we've already done this part. Okay, we're just gonna skip part of it over here. Okay. So calculating the EIP offset, this is where we're at. So now that we have our pattern saved into the WAV file, we loaded it into the program, and then we found the exact number over here. Exact match at offset 4112. This is what we found. So we can also stay in the Windows VM and use ERC to calculate the same offset. First we would get the ASCII value, right-clicking on EIP and then selecting Modify Value, or by clicking on EIP and then clicking Enter. Okay, let's try this out. So, clicking Enter, Modify Value. Okay, so Modify Value, we got this expression here, and what are we supposed to do now? Okay, hex value found in EIP represents the string 1HF0. Now we can use ERC pattern 0 to get the offset pattern. Where do we access this? I mean, it looks pretty cool, but where do we access this from? Okay, let's copy this, and... Oh, okay. So the I guess we put the commands over here. So AHF0. So I guess we can... Do we paste it in there? Okay, so we paste in the command here, then we press Enter. Paused plugin command ERC registered. Where does it output to? Because if we can't output it, well, if we can't read it, that's kind of so ERC pattern value found reversed at position 444112 in pattern. Wait, where is it? Hold on. I don't see it here. Am I missing something? Is it in the log? Okay, it is in the log. Awesome, okay. So 4112 is the lucky number. It sure is. It sure is. Okay, so now that we know that the offset is 4112, what do they want us to do? CPU. Okay. Let's go back. So the ERC plugin can also find the offset automatically with ERC find NRP command, though it must be noted that this takes significantly longer depending on the size of the RAM. Okay, I mean, we already have a method of doing it here so that we don't need to overcomplicate things. So controlling the EIP. So the final step is to ensure that we control what value goes in the EIP. Knowing the offset, we know exactly how far into the EIP it is, starting at the buffer. So if we send 4112 bytes, the next 4 bytes would be the ones that fill the EIP. Okay, so this is the Python script they want us to use. So I'm just going to copy this, and we're going to be editing it in our own window over here. So the offset is here is going to be buffer in bytes, A to the offset times the offset, which is this number. The EIP is going to be bytes equal to B, 4 of them, and we're going to create a file called control.wav. Wait, can we run Python inside of the virtual machine, right? Let's do that. So here, we're just going to create a little file called what is it called? Control.py. If you change the name's file extension, it might become unusable. That's fine. And then let's edit it. Let's see. Stasik says the time wasted debugging in the bottom corner. The bottom corner? Oh, right. In here. Time wasted debugging 20 minutes. That's great. Okay, so control.py. Is this... I just want to... No! I just want to edit this with the text editor. But it's going to force me to use some IDE. Okay. Let's paste in that code. Let's save it. Can we run it? We can run it from here. So run module. Did that create the file? Oh, it did create the file. Okay. So that's great. Camrex says good soundtrack. I mean, StarCraft is it's pretty good. It's got some pretty good music. Okay, so I think we're going to be editing this more later. I think we're gonna make the text bigger because the text is always too small. Where are my options? Window, help, file. Can I just do Control X? Can I just make it bigger? I want to really... Yeah, okay. Why make it so hard? Format. Is there a preferences? No, there isn't. Okay, that's fine. We're not going to be spending a lot of time in this window anyways. Control plus mouse wheel. Control plus mouse wheel? Maybe. Okay, control mouse wheel. It's not working. Larvine. Larvine, by the way, says, which VM are you using? So this is a Windows virtual machine that I'm accessing through the HackTheBox network, but it's running on top of Kali Linux, which is a virtual machine. Okay, so we're just going to reset the binary here, and then we're going to use the new file that we just created called control. And that's going to overwrite, and it's going to put 42, which is the B characters that we specified in the script. And so this is working exactly as we planned. So there's 4,041.12 bytes of A's that we sent, and then there are 4 B's that we sent, and this is what we're expecting. Okay, so what do we do next? So splitting our payload into variables allows us to precisely control each part of the buffer and easily adapt it as we work on our hack. Okay. Okay, so this is where we're at right now. Stazik says, "Yo, I heard you like VM, so I got a VM for your VM." I'm sure Exhibit would really like that. Larvine says, "I had school stuff running around and I had to use Windows because they didn't have any drivers for Linux. So now I have the itch to return to Arch, but I don't know." Well, I mean, Arch is a pretty hardcore Linux distribution. I've never used Arch Linux before. Not Arch, by the way. Larvine says, "My computer is low power, though." I mean, that's the thing. If you got computers that are not so powerful, you want to put some Linux on it because you'll get better performance out of them than if you're using Windows. Okay, so before we choose an address to call, we should first check if we should avoid any specific characters in our input, which we'll discuss in the next section. So we're talking about, so we've managed to control the EIP with our current script right now. So what we need to do next is we need to figure out which characters we can't use in our payload before we create a payload to compromise the binary. Okay, so what do they want us to do? So questions. If you find the value B5EB in the EIP after sending your pattern, what would be the EIP offset? The value B5EB? Okay, so I think we can copy this, and we can just send this to pattern create. Where is it? Here. No exact matches. I guess what we need to do is... Hold on. I think... No, we need to get the hex equivalent of this. So I think we can just grab this and we can do ASCII to hex, and then we can do the same thing over here. Where are we? Okay, so let's see. Common Master says, I heard Black Arch is good for hacking too. Larvine says, most school things are low-paid proprietary software. Run Arch and VM Windows. I hate VMs so much that I'm saving up 600 gigabytes solid-state drives for Arch. Okay, but just let me just get the conversion. So it's going to be ASCII to hex. Okay, so ASCII to hex, put this in, convert this. These are the numbers. So we're just going to feed these to the pattern offset. Okay, exact match at offset 915. So I'm hoping this is the answer for the question. Where is it? Here. 915. Done. Great. Let's move on to the next part. Okay, so the next part we need to do when we're hacking this binary is we need to identify bad characters. So before we start to realize we control the EIP and subvert the program's execution flow, we need to determine any bad characters, any characters we should avoid using the payload. So for example, it's very common bad character is the null byte. So hex 00 used in assembly as a string terminator. Stazik says, is Black Arch any good? I've been debating trying it out over Kali. I mean, if you're just starting to learn cybersecurity, I would recommend using Kali over other Linux distributions because you're going to get a lot more support when you run into problems. So if I run into a problem using Kali Linux versus Black Arch, you're probably going to have a better time trying to figure out your problem if you're using Kali Linux. Okay, we got ads on Twitch, so we're running on YouTube, and let's put on some birds. How about some of these rainy day birds? We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the birds and the music. So Cypher asks if these are rooks. These are stellar jays. So these are stellar jays. They're not rooks. They're in the same family. These are corvids, which means that they're all very smart birds that are related to each other. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. So Game Boy says that they don't use Kali. They just use the Kali tools. I mean, if you're very familiar with Linux, then you can just download all the tools that you need to use. But the reason why I use Linux and the reason why I use Kali Linux and the reason why I recommend to students to use Kali Linux is that it's just easy to use a distribution that has all the stuff there already. But if you're already really good at using Linux, then use whatever distribution you want to. Okay, so it's a very common bad character is the null byte, which is hex 00. And if our payload includes a null byte, then the program may stop processing our shellcode, which is really bad. And more examples are going to be 0xa, which is the new line, and the carriage return, respectively. So if we're hacking a buffer overflow in a string input that's expected to be a single line, like a license key, these characters would probably end our input prematurely, and it would cause our payload to fail. Okay, so generating all characters. To identify bad characters, we're going to send all the characters after filling the EIP address, which is this number of bytes. We're going to then check whether any of the characters got removed by the program, or if our input got truncated prematurely after a specific character. So to do this, we would need two files. So a WAV file with all the characters to load into our program, and a bin file to compare with our input in memory. So we can use ERC to generate the bin file and generate generate a list of characters to create our WAV file. To do so, we're going to use the byte array command. Okay, so this also creates two files on our desktop, byte array 1, which contains the string of all the characters we can use in our Python exploit, and byte array 1.bin, which we can use with ERC later to compare with the input in the memory. Okay, so Semi Hasamir says, is it a buffer overflow? Yeah. So hello, Semi Hasamir, nice to see you again. And Magister Ignis, hello, nice to see you here. Good evening, Magister. And let's see. He mentioned buffer overflows a minute ago. Yeah, I mean, we're doing, the topic that we're doing is going to be at the top of the screen under current topic. So it's HackTheBox Academy, stack buffer overflows for Windows. If you're wondering where the link is for this particular module, here's the link. Okay. So we're just going to go inside of the debugger and run this command right here. Let's go back inside of the debugger. We're going to paste in the command and we're going to run the command. Okay, so if this does what it's supposed to do, hold on, then we should have created two files on the desktop. So there's byte array 1.bin and byte array 1.txt. So we're just going to put these in the documents directory so all the files are in the same place. Okay, so Semi Hasamir says, I own the module but I didn't finish yet. Reversing is a bit confusing. Cypher says, do you main HackTheBox with machines as well or just the Academy? So for HackTheBox, I'm mainly just using the Academy because there's a lot of stuff on HackTheBox that you can't... Most of the stuff on HackTheBox that is free, you can't stream it. Because, yeah. So you're allowed to stream paid stuff in the form of retired machines, but I'm trying to provide content that everybody can access for free. But what was I doing? Oh, you know, there's a very good course for reverse engineering, and it's called Nightmare. So reversing Nightmare. It should be this one right over here. Okay, so this is the link. Neem says HackTheBox has free boxes. HackTheBox, so all of the temporary boxes are free. So they don't have too many free boxes that are permanent. They do have their starting point boxes, but they don't have very many free boxes that are evergreen. The free boxes are basically rotating. And yeah. Okay, so what were we doing? Here. No. Here. Okay, so the byte array command, great. So we created the files. So we need to update the script next. So the next step would be to generate a WAV file with characters, the string characters generated by ERC. We're going to write a new function called bad characters and use a similar code to the EIP control function. Okay. We'll use the characters under the C# in the bytearray1.txt. So bytearray1.txt, this is the file they're talking about. Okay. So this is just a bunch of... It's a bunch of characters, a bunch of bytes rather. Okay, I think I can just grab all this and copy that. And where do they want us to put this? Neem says I don't ever see them. So I mean, I can point something out to you on HackTheBox. So HackTheBox starting point. So the starting point is over here. Well, they talk about the starting box here, and yeah, I'll just link you the article over here. Okay, so I need to because I copied and pasted, I need to copy this again. Copy. They want us to put this in the script, but where in the script should we put it? Okay, so the final function would look like this below. Define bad characters, all characters equals bytes, this. Okay. So what do they want from us? All characters equals bytes. Okay, we've run out of time for today. Let's see. Maybe we'll go on for a little bit longer. Let's because we haven't gotten very far. Neem says, always appreciate it. I'm doing a box right now. What good is a non-login if you can't do anything? Well, I mean, if you can log in, what can you do after you log in? That's the big question. So you might be able to access additional pages after you log in. You might be able to use the access to look at different parts of the website. Define bad characters equals bytes. Is that what we pasted in? And you know what? I think we might come back to this next time, because there seems to be a lot of stuff we need to do here for getting all the bad characters and stuff. But we'll be back next week, and we'll be continuing on with our journey, trying to figure out how to do our buffer overflows over here. So once again, if you want to take a look at this module yourself, then this is the link over here. So we're going to shift gears, and we're going to do the last topic for today's stream. So the last topic is going to be this. It's going to be topic 4. and we're just going to do some Windows hacking. Stasix says, I'm going for a walk and a bite to eat. Good luck with the next topic. Thank you very much, Stasix, and take care of yourself. Let's play you out with the keyboard cat. Okay, we'll come back to this next week, and let's go ahead and get out of our RDP session. So the unfortunate part is that we're gonna have to create our files again the next time we visit this, but that's okay. Neem says FTP anon. It's not writable. Are you talking about? It's not writable and it has no files on the server. So you're talking about FTP access. It's FTP access, but not login access. So it's not writable and there are no files on the server. I mean, Neems, why don't you try the lsla command inside of the anonymous FTP folder there? Because sometimes there are hidden files. So make sure to look for the hidden files when you're on FTP, because sometimes they're there. Okay, so to do this next section, we're going to be doing hacking against a Windows machine. And the Windows machine is at this platform here. It's called PwnTillDawn.com, and this is the link. So it's a free service. So all you need to do is you need to make an account over there, and then you need to get access through a connection pack, which is a OpenVPN key, or it's a VPN key which you can use OpenVPN to get access. So in this case, I think I've got it in my downloads directory. Okay, so we've got PwnTillDawn.ovpn, so I'm just going to use that to access the network. Okay, so this is going to be some Windows hacking. It's been a while since I've done a lot of Windows hacking, so MC25 says, thank you for the nightmare stuff. I will play with it later, probably. It's a very good course, and I've been working through some of the nightmare stuff. Let's see. Nightmare, reverse engineering. So I've been combining Nightmare along with this stuff over at Pwn College. So Pwn College is arguably better than the Nightmare course, but the Nightmare course is free and it's open source. Pwn College is a better platform in general, but the problem is that I can't cover any of the materials from Pwn College because they don't want anybody to provide write-ups or videos or video tutorials on how to cover the challenges over there. But it's pretty much the best platform for learning about reverse engineering and binary hacking. So anybody who's interested in that stuff, please use that platform. Okay, so where are we? So PwnTillDawn, we're connected now, and I'm pretty sure we're looking for the Django target. So which one is Django? I think it's... The problem is that they don't tell you what the names of the targets are. I think it's this one. Let me see. Let me scan against the IP address, and then I'll know for sure. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to do our Nmap scan first. So Nmap scans are basically port scans, which let you know which services and ports are open on a machine, which lets you know what network services you can interact with. So we just need to... Have I done this box before? I don't think so. The other thing we need to do when we interact with the PwnTillDawn network is we need to check into the machine in order to have the ability to submit flags. So this is a Windows machine. I think it's supposed to be an easy Windows machine. We'll see what happens. There are 4 flags we're supposed to collect to finish the challenge. So we see that there's port 443, 139, 445, 13. So a bunch of common Windows ports. So most of these are pretty typical for Windows machines. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a tool called netexec. Let's see. Is it IP address? No, we need to supply a protocol. Yeah, kind of like this. Okay, so netexec is going to scan a machine on with a particular protocol. In this case, it's going to be SMB, which runs on port 445 and 139. And it's going to see if we can get any information for us. So netexec is very, very common. Yeah, this is the Django machine. It's very, very common when you're doing security testing against Windows, and it's a very, very powerful tool. So, So this is a Windows 7 server, which means that it's not super modern, and it might be vulnerable to some common SMB hacks, but what I really want to find out first is if the guest account is available on SMB. Okay, so it says that the account has been disabled, the guest account. That's fine. Right now, we're trying to access the SMB service with no username and no password. I'm going to see if we can get some shares, some file shares, because SMB is a file sharing service. So we can't look at the file shares. It doesn't allow that. Let's see if we can get some usernames. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to see any users on this using this as well. So it looks like we can't get any information from netexec right now because we don't have credentials. If we get some sort of credentials for a username, or if we just get a username that we suspect might be on the system, we can try doing some brute forcing attacks. But for right now, we can't do too much with this. So let's go back and let's take a look at some of the other services that that the server has. So it looks like we've got port 21, which is FTP. We could try logging into FTP. And let's do that from, I don't know, maybe over here. So FTP into the box. We're going to provide an anonymous login to see if we can log in without a username and password. Okay, so there is FTP on the box, and it looks like, oh, there's a flag. Great. And then we've got some other files in here as well. Okay, we're going to grab all of those. Larvine says, Terran theme, let's go. Yeah. StarCraft is an awesome game, and it's got some really good music. All right, let's get that flag. So get flag. File not found. File not found. It says there's a flag here, but we can't read it. That's weird. Oh, it's a flag directory. Let's move into the flag directory. Okay, there's flag 19 in here. Sure, let's get that. Flag 19. MC25 says, about this time I was getting Zerg Rush and my supplies were being blown up. Around this time, the siege tanks were blowing up whatever I was pointing them at. Yeah. Okay, so let's move into the previous directory, and let's get the XAMPP control, whatever, and let's get the zen.txt file. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, so we got our flag. Let's go ahead and submit the flag now. Okay. Okay, let's submit that. Flag 19. Oh man, this is some funky music. Let's see. Magister Ignis says, I played some StarCraft 2 earlier. Awesome, awesome. I mean, it's tough. It's a tough game, StarCraft 2. I never really learned how to play it properly. I could never do multiplayer. I played the single-player campaign, but that doesn't take too much skill. Okay, so the XAMPP log. Executing services.msc. We got Apache, we got MySQL. FileZilla? Interesting. You are not running with administrator rights, so there might be some good information here. Oh, okay. We got a XAMPP version, which we could potentially look up to see if we could find a hack for it, like a known hack. I'm looking for usernames and passwords inside of these logs. It just seems to be the same stuff over and over again. Is there anything unusual in here? I wish they'd edited this file. Larvine says StarCraft 2 is so confusing for me though. I mean, if you spend a lot of time, it's a skill. Like these, big complicated games. XAMPP password in czampppasswords.txt. czampppasswords.txt. So if we can get some sort of local file inclusion, or some sort of file read vulnerability, then we could potentially read those passwords. Okay. Alright. I bought a remaster, but it's an older version, like a CD version. Okay. The CDFs on PwnTillDawn, are several people doing the same one? It's for fun, or do they pay like a competition? Double check and grep for a user. Yeah, that's some good advice, MC25. I'll try that, yeah, in case we overlooked. But so for PwnTillDawn, I think they're shared resources, so everybody's using the same resources. It's not paid, it's free. Okay, let's grep for user. Nothing. Okay. Nope, no name. So we're looking for XAMPP version this, and we're just going to look for something on SearchX. Okay, so there's a control panel 322 buffer overflow, and this is a local one though. So this might be good for privilege escalation. It doesn't exactly get us into the box. StarCraft 2 is free to play. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember they did something to StarCraft 2. They made it free to play. Light OS, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing some Windows hacking over here, and it's an old OS. It's Windows 7. I remember a lot of people said that Windows 7 was their favorite version of Windows. But yeah. So SP1, this is probably vulnerable to something. Man, the music from StarCraft was so good. Okay, so... yeah, nothing's going to appear for this. Windows XP and 7 were both great. They're kind of... I mean, 7 was the next one after XP, wasn't it? Or was it like Windows 2000? I can't remember the release order. I played StarCraft Remastered because I grew up with Brood War. And let's see, M. Rizky Riyadh says, is this some kind of capture the flag? Sorry, newbie asking. Yeah, I mean, this is the PwnTillDawn service. It's over here, and it's basically, it's free. if you can log into the service, you can do hacking against the machines on the network over here. Larvine says, my father used to have a Windows XP laptop and we used to binge on StarCraft matches. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so what is in here? Zen.txt. What? What? The Zen of Python. Beautiful is better than ugly. Explicit is better than implicit. Simple is better than complex. If the implementation is hard to explain, it's a bad idea. If the implementation is easy to explain, it may be a good idea. Namespaces are one honking great idea. Let's do more of those. Windows ME was the successor of XP, undoubtedly the worst of all. Vista Win 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 10. There was no Windows 9 for various reasons. Where does Windows 2000 fit in there then? But, yeah. Okay, so... I mean, I don't know if we got anything from that. There's the XAMPP control log. Maybe I can... Let's see. Let's just less that thing. So yeah, there's a password over here in czampppasswords.txt. If we were to somehow be able to read arbitrary files, we might be able to get some passwords there. I think 2000 was a server version of XP. I mean, maybe. 2000 XP Vista. Huh. Well, I mean, we can solve this very easily by just asking the Google or something. Windows OS release order. List of Microsoft Windows versions. Okay, so we got... Oh, this is some great music. So 95, 2000. So 2000 was... Windows 2000 Professional was in 2010. Where was XP? Yeah, XP was 2014. Wow. Was it really that recent? 2014? No. This is something else. This is like the end of support. Yeah. Okay. So XP came out in 2001. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, so it goes XP, Vista, 7. XP, then Vista, then 7. 7, 8, 8.1, okay. Alright everybody, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm just going to run some ads on YouTube, and I'm going to put on the birds. So I just want you to watch this bird, and he's going to have a lot of fun shaking those peanuts. So we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. Okay, so let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacks. So we just need to keep this in mind, that there are passwords over here if we can somehow read files. Didn't mean to sidetrack. No problem. We get sidetracked all the time. Okay, so we're just going to echo this out to some of our notes. And let's see. let's take a look at our port scan. So our port scans came back. What is this? Splunk? Splunk? Splunk. There's Splunk running on this. Okay, this is on port 8089, and let's take a look. And there's also MariaDB running on here. Okay. So the IP address is here. Just gonna plug in the port number. I'm gonna get the IP address. Okay, this is on HTTP. The connection was reset. Wait, what is this? Is this HTTPS? This is HTTPS. You know it's HTTPS because it's got SSL here, which means we have to access via HTTPS. Okay, potential security risk. That is fine. Let's go ahead and accept the risk and continue. Okay, so we've got Splunk build 8.0. So Splunk 8.0 might be vulnerable to something. We can check this. We've got a bunch of services here. But let's check if Splunk is vulnerable, this version anyways. So 8.0.0. Nothing here. Okay, so let's see. Magister says, set up with PwnTillDawn, you connected to their VPN, so you're basically hacking a computer on your network. No, I'm hacking a computer on their network. It's just that I'm VPN'd into their network. Well, I mean, it is on my network, but it is their network. So if this was, you know, like, not educational, you know, hacking machines that I was hacking right now, then I would be doing something illegal. I'm not doing anything illegal, by the way. The network is meant to be hacked. Okay, we got RPC, we got services. Invalid request. Services, we're looking for a login here. This seems kind of familiar. Have I done this box before? I really need to take a look at my notes. Does anybody remember if I've done this machine before? Because, I mean, I haven't submitted the flags, so I don't think I've done this machine before then. Let me just double check. I've got my, every write-up that I've done, I've tried to... Yeah, I don't think I've done this before. But the services here do seem a little bit familiar. Okay, so on here there was also a robots.txt file. Okay, the robots.txt file doesn't give us anything. But yeah, Splunk is running on the target. We could try to brute force the password for Splunk. Actually, no, we can just look up the password for Splunk. So Splunk default credentials. Magister says, I was trying to picture, it's way different than trying to do a HackTheBox outside of your network. I couldn't really grasp it after dial-up. Back then you had someone's IP you could. Yeah, I mean, things are a little bit more secure now. What is the new Splunk admin's password? There's no longer a default password. You need to set one up when you run Splunk. What is the default account for Splunk? Admin, and default password is change me. So we could try that. Okay, so this is for, I don't know, services. Admin change me. Change me. Nope. How about admin? Nope. How about admin password? No. Okay. Try to hack them now the way everything is subnetted and routers, firewalls, etc. I mean, everything was way more flat back in the day, back in the 90s and the 2000s. Everything started to change after people figured out that they should be paying attention to their network security. Okay, so... well, I mean, nothing... I guess we could try fuzzing the Splunk port, in which case we would go over to our web app enumeration here, and we would do something like, I don't know, we could just start with derb, and then move on to something else after. Admin sometimes. Yeah, I should try that. Admin. Well, okay, so one more time. Admin. The other thing we could do is we could try doing some brute force attacks on this basic auth login as well. And we just got this running in the background here, that's fine. Let's take a look at some other stuff on the box. So we got, that's Splunk, that's MySQL, and then we got, is this a, they just have a regular HTTPS page. Okay, let's try access again. Okay, just gonna grab potential security risk ahead. That's fine, accept the risk and continue. Okay, so this is XAMPP, Apache, MariaDB, PHP, Perl for Windows. Well, I mean, the version number is just screaming out over here. I'm just gonna check to see if there's a known hack one more time. Okay, so there's the buffer overflow. It's a local one though, so let me try searching on the open internet. So known vulnerabilities, SQL injection. 5638. 568. 568, I mean, this is probably present on 5638 as well. Okay, well, I mean, let's take a look at this SQL injection vulnerability here. I mean, username admin, same password. Yeah, sometimes. Okay, so this is from 2019. SQL injection, proof of concept, we got, Product is discontinued, update to latest version. Okay, so this is in this endpoint right here. I mean, does this exist on our website? I read that in newer versions of Splunk, there's no password. Well, I mean, is there just no password? Nope, that's not the case here. Okay, so we're looking for... okay, so this object not found. Object not found, okay, so... well, I mean, we're looking for any PHP page, I'm pretty sure. So PHP, what, did they just given us PHP info? Okay. There's just PHP info, so there, you can actually get a lot of information from the PHP info page. So the problem is that there's way too much information on these PHP info pages. So it's kind of hard to parse through all the information here. But they give you a lot of interesting information, like the default file path. And sometimes they'll tell you some usernames as well. So username is, whoa, username is chuck.norris? Okay, this is actually some information that we can use. So if we've got a username, then we can do some brute forcing attacks. So we got our brute forcing attack. Well, we've got our username, and if we've got the username, we can use netexec and try to brute force their password. So the username is Chuck Norris. The password, let's just use a common password list. Users share word lists, rocku.txt. And we're now doing brute forcing attacks against, oh, we need to do ignore password decoding. Okay, fine. Okay, hold on. I gotta change up the music. I think I saw some... Yeah, we got some Protoss music here as well. Okay, so we're... It's not a very fast attack, but we'll keep this running for a while. Well, maybe we should use another program, because this seems... Larvine, by the way, says hacking seems cool. I mean, hacking's pretty cool when it works. When it doesn't work, it's not very cool. But hopefully when you hack, you get some good results. Okay, so let's see if there's a better brute forcing tool for SMB. So we could try something like, I don't know, Hydra. So Hydra brute force for SMB. You know what? I might ask. Let's try asking the AI. Okay, what is the fastest brute force tool for the SMB protocol? Larvine says, I mostly work with C++ and I'm learning C now. Hacking seems workable at C, right? I mean, if you want to learn low-level hacking stuff, like binary hacking and reverse engineering, a lot of the stuff you see is going to either be... The exercises are coded using the C language, or you'll also see decompilers that will decompile into C-like instructions. So C is actually pretty useful when you're doing those activities. Okay, fastest, most effective brute forcer for SMB. Ncrack. Ncrack, really? That's funny. Ncrack is an old program. Okay, so the usage is SMB at the target. All right, let's give this a go. So I'm just going to exit out of here, and we'll fire up another terminal window. We're just going to call this let's call this brute forcing. Wasn't there like crack everything? Is there? If there is, let me know about that. That sounds like an interesting tool. Okay. So ncrack, user lists. I mean, it's not a user list. We're just going to do it against Chuck Norris. And p password lists SMB at target IP. So the target IP is here. And the password list, we're just going to pass it rocku.txt. Hopefully this is the correct format. Larvine says, comp sci for me is really BS. The media is like having bad influence on newcomers. Comp sci for newcomers? Are you saying that the media is trying to prevent people from going into comp sci? Okay, so I kind of want verbose output in this case. I think we can do like 5 threads is the max, and let's do verbose output. Just because I want to see stuff on the screen. Because when I don't see stuff on the screen, hate using ncrack when it's not showing the verbose the verbose output. Like, hold on. Let's just do. Is it dash verbose or something else? Version number. Where's verbose output? -p-m -v. Increase the verbosity level. Use twice or more for greater effect. Can I do it twice? Okay. So T has to be capitalized. So T5 -v. Can I do -v again? Henki Lodwick says, why not use netexec or crack map exec? I mean, netexec is slow. What I saw from it was really slow. So I'm trying to look for a faster brute forcing program. I can't even tell if it's working right now. Okay, so username file --user username list. Do we need to supply the list every time? Hold on. Examples --user root. Okay. I think I see why it's not working. So it has to be --user. I really don't like it when when it doesn't give us any output. Okay, so crack everything. I never used this myself. I want to take a look at that myself. So --v. So -v T5 user root localhost 22. Why is it not giving me my verbose output? Ncrack options, target and service specification. Output. Increase verbosity level. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna look this up. So ncrack. Actually, wait. I installed a program called TLDR, which is very useful. Hack hasn't. The cache has been updated in 36 days. You should probably run TLDR updates soon. Page ncrack not found in cache. So, Okay, let's look this up on the internet. Ncrack examples. Okay, so man page, ncrack, ncrack usage.txt. Just random GitHub pages. This is from the man page. Okay, actually, you know what? I've got some stuff for Ncrack in my notes, so I think I'll just look in my own write-ups. Okay. Okay, let me take a look. So this is this is where it's very important to keep good notes. Okay, so let's see. No. We're looking for Chuck Norris. And Rock U and Threads 5, we're doing SMB. And do we need to specify the port as well? I guess it couldn't hurt. Hold on, let me just copy this. Brute forcing, get out of here. Okay, SMB 10, 150, 150, 212. Please give me verbose output. Please. Maybe it just doesn't like doing a single user. Alright, in that case, we need to create a file called users.txt. Anyways, I don't want to spend too long doing this. I'm pretty sure it's using -D5 for debugging. Really? Invalid target host specification. Is it D? Do I tack it onto the end here? I'm not sure. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be working. Anyways, I'm just gonna leave this running on the background. I don't want to spend too much time, you know, monkeying around with this. Okay, so what do we got? So this is port 80. There's port 135, 139. We also need to see whether or not there's the SQL injection that might be available on the target. Use the bracket. Use the bracket. Okay, so hold on, back here. D bracket 5. This doesn't seem to be working. Okay, so back to potential SQL injection. And I guess we could try to look for some more stuff here as well. So program data, we got our username here, Chuck Norris. Okay. What else? Zamp TMP, great. there's just so much stuff here. Okay, so another thing we could pay attention to is the installed modules, because sometimes there are some insecure modules installed with PHP as well. Get dashboard PHP info. So this is, yeah. So these are the loaded modules. So I'm just going to grab the modules here, and I'm going to feed this to the AI because I'm not too sure and I don't want to spend time parsing this out. So over here, we'll ask, are any of these PHP modules insecure? Paste in the list. Okay, so mod info high risk, server configuration information. I guess this is what lets us see the PHP info stuff. Mod status shows real-time server activities and statistics. Mod PHP 5, very old version of PHP. Okay, mod CGI. Mod include. Okay, so this may or may not be super relevant later, but we'll come back to this. Well, I mean, is there something just called Windows NT Django? Is this something we need to pay attention to? Okay, so Python Django, a Python web framework, can be used on Windows NT. Well, I mean, I'm not too sure if that's what's going on here. I mean, the name of the box is called Django. Anyways, let's see what's going on with the SQL injection. So we've got a interpret SQLi and title something something and sleep something something. I mean, I'm not too sure if this is relevant. I don't know. Let's try this out. I guess it would be better if we could find this exact endpoint. Where are we? Here? Okay, so it doesn't seem to be vulnerable right here. Anyways, there's ads running on Twitch right now, so we'll run one on YouTube. And we'll put on the birds. How about my favorite birds? These are my favorite birds. It's the little Stellar J fledglings having a little bath. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Enjoy the music and the birds. Okay, so let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacks. So we would like to be able to find the exact web page that's mentioned in the PHP info. There's also a PHP My Admin page. So this is a login page. There's another login page. That's great. We could try PHPMyAdmin, huh? We could try brute forcing this login as well. But you know what? We should take a look at the HTML source and see if there's anything interesting we should pay attention to inside. Whoa, what? It looks like there's some sort of SQL stuff in here. Wait. Yeah, I mean this looks like SQL stuff. Hold on. Let me change up the music. Goshka says, what do you think about using macOS when it comes to cybersecurity? Been tied between all three OSs, can't choose one to stay with. I mean, use whichever operating system makes you happiest. It might be macOS, it might be Windows, it might be Linux. You can make them secure if you can make whatever OS that you're dealing with secure if you are smart about it. It's not that one OS is inherently less secure than other OSs. The reason why people find a lot of security problems with Windows is because most people use Windows, and so criminals and bad guys look for Windows vulnerabilities more than other OSs. But yeah. Anyways, let's continue. They've got a bunch of languages. Login form over here. I'm talking about using it as far as it's secure in cybersecurity, like pen testing, reverse engineering, etc. Are you talking about using an OS for learning about cybersecurity? I mean, most people, when they're learning cybersecurity, they use an OS like Kali Linux, because Kali Linux has all the security tools installed on it by default. I'm not saying that you can't use other operating systems, but like what I said for which operating system is the most secure, you could use Windows and use that for cybersecurity as well as Mac OS or Linux. It's just a lot of people default to Linux because there are distributions of Linux that are specifically for cybersecurity education stuff, like Kali Linux, which is the one that I'm using right now. Disabled Ajax login. Okay, let's try logging in. We could also try brute forcing the login form. It seems like I'm doing a lot of brute force stuff. So how about admin? Cannot log into the MySQL server. What? Access denied for admin at localhost using password, yes. So, I mean, how about we try doing some SQL injection here? Okay, how about some other SQL injection? Denied for quote and localhost. I think, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure we can't use... Let's see. Nope. Okay, so just testing a few different payloads for SQL injection. Nope, that's not it. All right. Let's see if we managed to brute force anything. We haven't managed to brute force anything here. I think I might stop using ncrack because ncrack is not very responsive. At least here I could see if it's working or not. even if it was pretty dang slow. Anyways, we'll just leave this running in the background. I guess the other thing we could do is we could try access denied localhost using password yes. I mean, there's also the SQL service that's running on port 3306 over here. So MariaDB unauthorized. Let's MySQL. Oh gosh, what's the syntax? TLDR MySQL. Okay, so MySQL user password, database name, database host, database name. Connect to a database on another host. Okay, let's try this. So -h host. Where's my IP address? Here it is. Meta? I don't know if we should be using meta. Try root root. Root root. Admin admin. Okay, where were we? Over here? So that's the database host. Database name we don't know. We're going to try logging in as, I don't know, root. Supply a password. Password root. Received error packet before completion of TLS handshake. User. I mean, that's the way we like to do it. Okay. So, still trying to log in. So the other thing we could do is we could try brute forcing on this end if we use Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is going to be able to record a request, and then we could use a program like FFUF to brute force the login page. Okay, so we just need to go to our proxy and then start up our Burp Suite browser, and then get the page for this one over here. MC25 says, was there some DB stuff in one page to do double check to burp to see if it was anything? DB stuff in that one page. I mean, I think it's this page that has the DB stuff. Hold on. Let me look at it a little closer. It wasn't... don't think it was this. Okay, so there was database stuff, I think, up here. Open URL dbstructure.php. dbstructure.php. That screams out to be some sort of vulnerable endpoint, but I don't think it really goes anywhere. Let me check. Okay, so it wasn't here. What was the last endpoint? phpMyAdmin. How about this one? Okay, dbstructure.php. I mean, is this just the... Is this just the login page? Because there seems to be a lot of stuff here. Okay, we've already gotten past the 1 hour mark. Let's do another hour, and we'll see where we're at after another hour. Messages.php. Index.php, okay. MC25 says, hey Monkey Man, hello, nice to see you here. And MC25 says, some token, also cookie user root. Cookie user root? Hold on. I'm getting a bit tired. Root auth type cookie user root. Auth type cookie user root. We got a token here. Is this wrapped? It's wrapped. So I mean, is this just a cookie? If it's a cookie, can we just give ourselves this token inside of the web browser and gives ourselves root access? I don't know about that. I mean, we could try it out. So PME, okay, so the session is this. PMA lang is English. This just prompts us to log in again. Cookies here. I think it was called token. I think this cookie was called token. So if that's token, paste in the value. What ports are open? Okay, let's reload the page. This doesn't log us in as root, unfortunately. What ports are open? Well, I mean, we got a bunch of different ports. We also have Splunk for some reason. And I guess this is another thing we could brute force. There are so many things we could try brute forcing in this case. Go Buster. I think, yeah, maybe we should be doing more directory busting. We found, wait, V1, V2, V3, V4 on the Splunk page. We also have services, but that's not a good. So this is the Splunk API version numbers. Let's see, Splunk. So this is version 2, version 3, and version 4. I mean, so usually when there's some sort of vulnerability in the API, it's usually in the older versions of it. They're still asking us for username and passwords. Try zamppasswords.txt. You mean here? Or here? Yeah, this is not found. There is a XAMPP directory. I mean, the problem is that this is directory listable. If there was some sort of password in here, we'd be able to see it right away. See XAMPP passwords.txt. Yeah, doesn't exist, unfortunately. Really wish it did. PHP info, how to guides, FAQs, applications. Okay, and let's see. Let's think a little bit more about this. So I'm still... Yeah, so we're still brute forcing on this end. SQL injection through this parameter here. The product is discontinued. So this endpoint here, if we could find this endpoint, localhost XAMPP, yeah, not found. Not found. Oh, this is no wonder I'm not finding it. I'm using the wrong port number. Okay, so this is not found. How about the XAMPP directory? Okay, there's a XAMPP directory here. Not found. Dashboard. Nope. So this is PHP info, PHPMyAdmin. Let's try PHPMyAdmin in this file here. Nope. All right. Let's try brute forcing Splunk over here. I guess another thing we could try doing right now is we could try doing some Ferrix bustering. Okay, so Ferrix buster, let's hit that IP address here. So for TXT, zip, PHP, HTML, yeah. This looks all right. Let's scan. Index.php, okay. Redirect. Go Buster. I mean, we're using Ferrix Buster here. It should be able to find the same stuff. Oh, interesting stuff. So dashboard images. Got some PNG files, PHP info stuff. Okay. Index.php. PHPMyAdmin themes. All right, let's go back. Host timed out. Oh. Did something happen to the machine? Hold on. I think it doesn't like it because we're doing too much brute forcing at the same time. Yeah, I think we might be doing too much. Probably just the buster and the crack at the same time. I mean, the nmap, the end crack is not working right now. It's not up. But we do have Ferrix Buster, and Ferrix Buster is pretty traffic intensive. It's a pretty noisy program. Gray Fox, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, I think there's not too much here that I don't think there's too much here we need to pay attention to. It's just kind of my gut feeling. I think we might have a better success. We might have better success if we look at the Splunk port. So the Splunk port is the same thing, but it's on 80. I think it's 8089. $80.89, yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, this is supposed to be HTTPS. Error sending the request. Wait, what? Did I use the correct IP address? Or do I have to run something extra with Ferrix Buster? How about, yeah, I think I might need to do Ferrix Buster with an extra flag. So let's see, Ferrix Buster, ignore cert. So Ferrix Buster, we have to do it with, I think it was dash insecure. Dash insecure? Okay, yeah, that was the problem. The problem was that we have to provide extra stuff. Yeah, dash K for ignoring the certificate. Matthew Welty, hello, nice to see you here. And Enki Lodwig, thank you very much for the comments. Okay, so we got version 2, we got static, we got service NS. The other thing we could do is we could start doing some brute forcing for Splunk. Let me try looking up to see if there's some sort of Splunk password. Splunk default credentials one more time. Login credentials. Username, password. Admin change me, that was not it. Yeah, admin and change me. Okay, let's go back. Let's do version 1. Let's try admin and change me. Admin. I have experience on hitting the command and SQLi on the services payload on that. Are you talking about Splunk or something else? Robots.txt, nothing super exciting so far. I'm kind of sad that we can't hack Chuck Norris's account, because that would be pretty fun. Okay, so let's go through this slowly. We got some stuff. Wait, what if this really is a Django Python thing? Okay, so we got XAMPP control log, grep for Django. No. FTP open. Yeah, I mean we already took a look at the stuff in the FTP. We got these files here. Installation directory, password written in czamp passwords.txt. XAMPP PHP. Problem is that there's no real new information after this. The other thing we could check for is we could check for common SMB vulnerabilities over here. How do we do that one more time? Nmap. Where's my nmap? Here. And there was a nmap script. SMB vuln. This one. Script SMB vuln. Because it's an old version of Windows. So Hanky says, can you show the Django, if possible, to get the password.txt by LFI from Django? So Django LFI. Django framework. The other problem is we don't know, even if it is running Django, I'm not too sure how we can tell what version of Django is being run. But I guess we can take a look at some of these articles. Django is a web framework in Python? Sure. Django pen testing. Bypass allowed hosts. Create new user. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we got them running on YouTube. Okay, enjoy the birds. We will be back in 60 seconds. Okay, so, we seem to be running into a lot of dead ends here, but we'll keep on working, we'll keep on hacking. Let's put the birds away, get back to the hacks. Matthew Welty says, my dream is to become a cybersecurity engineer. How can I possibly become a moderator? What do you mean by moderator? What? Let me know what you mean by moderator, Matthew Welty. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's go back. So the host is called Django, but we don't know whether or not it's actually running the Django framework for Python. Be a mod in my chat. We're not taking mod applications right now. There's not really There's not really enough people watching the stream to have to moderate it pretty heavily, but thank you very much for the interest. Thank you very much. A little snacky cake. That's an awesome username. Thank you. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a keyboard cat? Why are there versions 11 for the API? That seems really weird. And these are all these all come back okay. This is kind of strange. Hold on. This was your Splunk. There's a version 11. I guess there's just versions up the wazoo. There's even a version 99. I guess there's... That's weird as hell. That wasn't found. Okay. What is this? Atom.xsl. There's some sort of weird spreadsheet file? This is weird. Cameric says, "Where exactly is the wazoo?" The wazoo is everywhere. A Monkey Man says, "Maybe a few of us could maybe introduce some chaos." What do you mean by chaos? Okay, but anyways, I'm just trying to get some hacking done. Services NS. User password. The barrier, but hi, Game Boy. I hope you're not feeding me answers, because that's not what I want. I want to be able to figure this out on my own. Fixit is raiding with a party of 9. Thank you very much, Fixit, and welcome raiders. Fixit is a cybersecurity content creator. Let's give Fixit a shout out. Let's see, it's Fixit42. So if you're not following Fixit, you can go ahead and follow Fixit at this link over here. All right, welcome raiders. And we're just working on some Windows hacking over here. It's not going super well, but we're hacking anyways. I meant to be a mod for to be necessary. Don't make mods necessary. My Kali Linux depackage problem. Please solve. I'm not too sure. You have your password.txt file. Do we have the password.txt file? Hold on. We were told that there was an endpoint with the password.txt file. It was over where? So it's czamp passwords.txt. The problem is log into FTP. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Okay, so FTP, this thing. Anonymous, FTP access, login failed. What? Exit. Let's try that again. This is the correct IP address. Just a second. 152.1.2. Oh, the wrong IP address. Flag. There's a flag directory. There's a flag here. Fixer42, good night. Oh, wow. 4:30 a.m. over here. Have a great stream. Thank you very much. Then thank you, Raiders. Welcome in. My name is the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity stuff over here on Twitch and on YouTube as well. VIP tech support says, please remotely control my PC. I can't do that on stream, and I'm not here to provide anybody with that kind of tech support, I'm afraid. Okay, so is there a XAMPP directory? Directory does not exist. Well, I mean, I don't think we can take a look. Get /XAMPP passwords.txt. Are you feeding me answers from the write-up? Yeah, I mean, VIP tech support, I can't help you. I can't remotely control your PC. I can't do that. That's not something I can do. If you have a question about about how to solve your problem with your Kali Linux and the depackaged software, I'd recommend asking the AI or doing some Google searching. Okay. So I mean, I can't access the passwords.txt file from here. It's not working. Okay, so there's the ... current directory, the previous directory. Inside the flag directory, there's nothing really to see here either. Use FileZilla FTP. FileZilla FTP. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is FileZilla FTP. Hold on. Where would we see that? I mean, we see that when we initially log in. So this is home FTP server, and if we go back to the Nmap scan on port 21, VIP tech support, please stop asking for help. I can't help you. If you keep on sending me messages like this, I'm going to consider it harassment. Okay, wow, Queef Deliverance, that's quite the name. Hello and welcome in. Okay, so we just need to scan port 21. So we're just trying to figure out what version of FTP is being run on port 21 over here. I guess that is something I need to pay attention to, because there might be some sort of vulnerability with the FTP software. Just started looking into cybersecurity. Oh, I didn't see your messages earlier. QD. Let me take a look. So this is anonymous FTP login allowed. FTP bounce working. I've never used FTP bounce before. QD is fine. But how are you doing? If you have any questions about cybersecurity stuff, I'm happy to answer. Okay, so we didn't necessarily fingerprint the version of the software that's being run. What is Home FTP server? I've never heard of this one. Okay, I don't know very much about the FTP bounce attack. I'll try asking some questions. So, what is the FTP bounce attack? That's writable. Why not put the PHP file in there as a rev shell? I mean, the problem is that we need to be able to access the directory on the web server. Okay, so FTP bounce, security vulnerability that allows an attacker to use an FTP server as a proxy to bypass firewall restrictions, scan ports, or launch attacks against third-party systems. FTP uses 2 channels. Okay. The vulnerability. A malicious client sends a port command specifying a target IP and port instead of its own. The server obeys and tries to connect to the target, acting as a proxy. This allows port scanning, firewall evasion, data exfiltration. If the port is open, then FTP returns a directory listing. If it is closed, it returns an error. Yeah. Hold on. So I just want to see if this particular version of the FTP software might have some sort of known hacks. Okay, so we don't know what version of the software is being... We can bounce to 127 to scan local if we wanted. I mean, the question is it going to give us different results than if we just do a regular Nmap scan? So we got some... So this is Windows stuff. So it looks like this is a Windows-only FTP server. So directory traversal. I mean, if we could do directory traversal, then we could get the password, right? Let's try this out. We'll copy this file over. Okay, and let's see, copy this thing to our current directory. So we got a couple of different versions here with directory traversal. I wonder if there's a way we can get the version of the software. Actually, wait, we can. We can get the version of the software from the PHP myadmin. No. PHP info? No? Hold on, where was that thing? Sota Arima says, do you have any tips for newbies? I know the basics of MSF. Are you talking about the framework? Oh, okay. So Sota Arima, let me give you the starter pack. So there's a bunch of YouTube playlists over there. The first 2 are for basic IT stuff. The third one is for computer networking. Computer networking is pretty important. Is a pretty important thing to understand when you're doing cybersecurity stuff. and I'm going to look for my FTP. So protocols, FTP enabled. Does it give me the version of FTP being used? It does not. Darn it. That's unfortunate. Okay, but yeah, definitely take a look at those links. There's a lot of good stuff there, especially the computer networking playlist and the cybersecurity challenges playlist over here. That's the last link in the series. Okay, so authenticated directory traversal. There seems to be a lot of directory traversal vulnerabilities for this thing. Talon999, thank you very much for following. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
I guess before we go like all in on hacking the FTP, let's just take a look at the scan one more time. So the scan over here, so it says bounce working. Home FTP server. If you know the service version, we do not know the service version. Let's just go into FTP one more time. Okay, so help. Can I get some info here? Which one of these commands is going to give us some information about the server? Okay, so features supported. Glob hash help. Status site? Status. Status? Status or site? Okay. So version TN FTP, this version right here. Okay, that's some good information. Site line to send. So this seems to be a date stamp. So what is this called again? What is the software called? Home FTP server. So I'll search for home FTP server and that particular date. Home FTP server and this date. See what shows up. Home FTP server. I guess I should punch in Windows as well. Okay, so TNFTP. FTP client with several advanced features. FTP client for Unix-like operating systems. Is this the software name? I mean, I'm not exactly sure. So Lil Snack Cake says there's a fun song called "Hack the Planet." Might be fun to listen to when I get hype. Yeah, I mean, there's also this hacker anthem right here. It's called All the Things. It's called All the Things by Dual Core.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, enhance FTP client from something something. So, FTP client for NetBSD. I guess I could also look for this for vulnerabilities. TNFTP. TNFTP. Huh. I wonder what is actually being used here. I wonder if they've got a GitHub. Okay, so there's TNFTP project, the portable version of the NetBSD FTP client, hosted on GitHub. Okay, over here. And I'm gonna look, ooh, it was last updated 10 years ago? What? 10 years ago? You'll love the song I linked, chorus of the redeem gift things. Oh, okay. Let me, yeah, let me copy it, and then I'll look at it after the stream is over. Thank you very much. Little snack cake. Okay. So what version is being supported right now? What version is this? What is the latest version? No releases published. Support of this. So the README is version 1.1, or is this actually version 1.1 of the software? That doesn't make sense. Where do I get the version information? There's 2 branches, there's 2 people watching. There are no releases. There are 2 issues. Okay, I mean, open, closed. So 13.5.5 is the version. 13.5.5, 2013.5.5. I mean, according to this is the version. I don't think I get anything if I search for this, though. Hold on, I can try. No results. Okay, so I can try searching for it, and then I'll try to look for an issue. Make file. So when we did the search, we find this. This is from 2014. But this is for Unix. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure. Because I thought we were dealing with home FTP. Because when we log in, it says that this is the home FTP server, which has its own vulnerabilities. But you know what? Maybe we can try some console. And we'll do a little bit of search. We might luck into something. Okay, so this is the hack that was mentioned in the previous blog, well, the previous DB file. Welcome to home FTP server. Just could be the message of the day, not necessarily the server software name. Yeah, I guess it's more likely to be whatever came out of the status command over there. But the software we're looking at is Unix software. I mean, I don't know. Okay, we got our L port and we're L hosts. Let's double check. It doesn't say anything about the remote host in here. Server host. The local host or network interface to listen on, this must be an address on your local machine or 000 for all. Okay, we got 8080. The listen address, the listen port. Wait, how come there are no options for the remote host? What's going on? It's a fork of the Unix or the free BSD version. The local host or network interface to listen on. They don't have any options for remote host. So we'll pass the fetch resource output to the command directly following this through the use of the pop popen function. If the output file name begins with this character, there's no remote host. Hold on, let's go back. Okay, we got more ads on YouTube, so I'll play them on Twitch. And how about the bird bath? We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just have to have a little water break. Edwin Seb says, Yo Shy Hat. Hello, Edwin Seb. Nice to see you here. We're just taking a little break right now and watching the birds. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so Rapid 7, this is the hack over here. Module, okay, arbitrary command, execution, vulnerability. If this is executed without the O command option, it will resolve the output file name from the last component of the resource. If the output file name begins with a pipe character, TNFTP will pass the fetch resource. I mean, we can try doing this show targets, set target. Let's try doing this manually first. So here, let's my IP address. Okay, so we'll try doing a manual hack first. And what does it say here? If the output file name begins with the pipe character. So we got a bunch of files here. So get cannot return file not found. Get something like this. File not found. Okay, so local C XAMPP passwords.txt. Okay, let's try that again. That's funny. It gives you a different error message. See, here it says no such file or directory, but here it says file not found. Yeah. It tries here. That's definitely some wacky stuff right there. So if we take a look at the stuff in the file we found for XAMPP control log, czamp passwords.txt. Did I spell that the right way? czamp passwords.txt. Can we just get it directly? No, it says file not found. Okay, so remove the... I mean, we tried this. Yeah. So what is the nature of this little vulnerability here? PNFTP will pass the fetched resources output to the command directly following the pipe character. Pass the fetched resources output directly to the command. Output to the command directly. Do we need a bunch of escapes? Maybe. What? What just happened? Why does this work? Why does this work? You know what? Okay, I've got the password. Okay. Okay, XAMPP, default passwords, my... Okay, so root, this is MySQL, root the barrier between. Why does this... Without quotes, it was removing the slashes. Oh, really? I mean, I don't really understand, but we've got some credentials now for PHPMyAdmin. We got Mercury, we've got WebDAV, we don't have WebDAV. We do have MySQL. So we can go back to here and then go to the login page. PHPMyAdmin for root. That password go. And we're in, kind of. We're in PHPMyAdmin. PHPMyAdmin version this. Yeah, I mean, the question now is, how do we turn this into initial access? I guess we could try uploading some files, or we could try doing some SQL. So we can run SQL here. Shellcode time? I mean, I'm not too sure about this. Well, I mean, we could take a look at the tables, right? So let's see. Show databases. Show databases. Do we just do enter? No, we have to run it. Get autosave. What's the autosave query? Okay, so just go. Okay, there's PHPMyAdmin, MySQL, and there's a flag. Okay, there's a flag. I guess we can just grab this flag and submit the flag. Anyways, it's been a long day. Let's see. PwnTillDawn, this is flag 18. Is this flag 18? This is flag 18. Okay. What? This is not the right flag? Hold on. This is not the right flag? That's weird. Oh, that's a database. Alright, so maybe we would do... How do we... We have to go back? SQL. Okay, so use this database. Okay, returned an empty set result. Let's do show databases again. Remove the flag 18. Yeah, that might be it. Okay, let's try that. Okay, that's done. Great. Okay, so we got the flag. We just need to. I mean, I'd like to take a look at the other stuff in the database. Where are we? So MySQL, PHPMyAdmin. So let's keep on going. I guess we could create PHP code because that was one of the options up there. Use MySQL. Okay, so show tables. Okay, we got a lot of different stuff. So I guess there's a users table. We should probably take a look at the users table. User table. So select star from user. If you go back to the main phpMyAdmin page, instead of hitting SQL, hit databases on the left. Oh, really? There's only one user. It's the root user. Okay, so if we go back to SQL, there's a databases. Oh, the main phpMyAdmin page. Okay, so okay, and you say that there is a databases on the left. On the left, databases. Oh, this is much easier. Okay, so there's phpMyAdmin, and then we can look at the PMA users. There's nothing here. PMA users, PMA user groups, not too sure what we would want to be looking for here. Can look for, I mean, there's nothing in this there's nothing in this database. So db event function proc user. I'm not too sure if there are any, if we'd want to take a look at these other tables. Hanky Lawwig, yeah, reverse shell. Those all look to be default phpMyAdmin stuff. That's nothing too special. So I mean, the stuff here is not super interesting. This is just local stuff. Okay, let's go back to the main admin page. So an interesting, actually, hold on. So an interesting thing here is that there was something here that said something like create PHP code. Just a second. Create PHP code. This looks, let's take a look at this page. So incorrect format parameter. So there's this endpoint here called import.php. Okay, so phpMyAdmin import.php. So the import.php file in MyAdmin is a core component. While it is a backend script, users typically interact with its functionality through the admin. Okay, so I don't think that's what we want to do. So we can create files with SQL. I mean, all right. Where are we? Okay, so it's just the SQL over here. Check the permissions. I mean, we don't really need to check the permissions too hard. It's just that but I mean, Henki, the thing is that your code isn't going to work because this is a Windows system we're dealing with and not a Linux system. But everything else seems to be okay. Larvine says, how do we do code injection in PHP? Well, PHP systems into out file czamp htdocs backdoor.php. Is that going to be? I mean, let's give it a go. The worst thing that can happen is it doesn't work. Empty result. Query took 0 seconds. So I mean, if this works, that means there's going to be an endpoint called. There's just going to be an endpoint called backdoor.php now. Okay. Well, I mean, that's because we didn't supply the CMD. Okay, we've got remote code execution. Or remote command execution. Yeah. Okay, so we're working as the Chuck Norris user. And what can we do from here? I guess what we want to do is we want to... So we could probably just upload a file. We could use, I don't know, rev shells. .com and look for the Venom. And we'd look for, let's see. So Windows PHP shells are very, very specific. I don't know if I have one here or not. Let's see. Windows PHP rev shell. Yeah, we got one over here. Just upload potato. I'm sure it has permissions for SE impersonate token. I mean, we don't want to jump the gun here, but that's probably... I don't know. I'm not too sure if that's exactly how we want to go. So it works with Linux OS, Mac OS, Windows with cmd.exe. Script will automatically detect the underlying OS. Let's see. Locate. No, I mean there's a specific one I want to look for. PHP, Windows PHP reverse shell. Okay, so wow, this is really old. This is really old. IP port and change this. The other way we could do this is we could upload something that we create with MSF Venom. Let's see. Okay, so let's see how we do this. Non-interpreter binaries, staged payloads. We don't like staged payloads, we like stageless payloads. Alright, let's try this. So before we run this, we need to figure out what our IP address is. So 10, 0, 1066, something, something. Ten 66 102 listening port. I like to use 443 shell 64.exe. Okay. Yeah, I see that cert util URL cache makes a lot of sense. Actually, you know what? We could also use we could also use netcat. You're right, Game Boy, and we have done that before. It's just that I haven't done one of these Windows boxes in a long time. But we could. I mean, first I'll try uploading this reverse shell executable file. Let's see. So it's here. It's called shell64.exe. Let's host the file, and then what else do we need to do? We need to get this. Just a second, gotta craft this thing. Cert util URL cache split f IP address slash, I don't know, what was it called? Shell64.exe. That's why I told you install Windows on VMware. Okay, so we'll install it to C temp. Actually, okay, so I mean, this may or may not work, but we'll give it a try. Okay, so over here, we'll give the command unknown something something. I don't think I did the command correctly. Oh, I spelled URL cache incorrect. Gotta spell correctly to get your hacking done, everybody. Okay, so command failed. URL does not use a... Okay, so it looks like we need to include HTTP. HTTP and shell x64.exe. Command failed. The file name, directory name, or volume label syntax is incorrect. Okay, so this isn't working. I just need to figure out a few things about the system first. You're using Win32. Is this Win32? You created a backdoor 64. I mean, use the C user's public directory. I just want to make sure that this is using the correct architecture first. Why is this hanging? That seems a bit... Okay, it came back. Alright, so we just need to make sure that this is a... whether this is a 32-bit system or a 64-bit system. This is a... yeah, no, this is a x64 based PC. So that's not a problem. So we can use a 64-bit executable, that's fine. Okay, so now that we know that, okay, so dir C drive. Okay, so there is a temp directory, so we might be able to store our files in there. So C temp. You know what? Let me look at some of my notes from my previous machines. Just a second. Neems, hey, nice to see you here. Okay, so I'm just looking up the certutil stuff from some other write-ups. So this is why you keep write-ups, so you can get the stuff that you forgot previously. Where's the certutil? Okay. So this is what I have in my notes for certutil. Let's craft a payload. So we need our IP address. The name of the file is shell x64.exe, and we're going to save it to C temp. C temp shell 64.exe. Okay. Sometimes it needs a split to exclude the HTTP header or on write the file. I mean, let's try this. If it doesn't work, maybe we'll come to that bridge when we get there. PP. Why does this make me laugh? PP max. Anyways. You must admit it's pretty funny. Okay. Remove the public. Ah, right. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this works. Command completed successfully. Okay, so let's take a look inside of, well, we're going to get access. Hopefully we're going to get access pretty soon. So let's go ahead and start up our listener on port 443. Let's just run this command. Okay, done. Great. Great. Okay, so we got access. Great. Boom, we're in. Okay. Let me, man, that was kind of a journey. Let me go ahead and call in Scary Hacker Voice, man.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we compromise a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Django Administrator, it seems like you enjoy using insecure versions of FTP. That is a big mistake. We managed to download files that we weren't supposed to using the vulnerable FTP server, and from there we stole credentials, and we broke into your PHP MyAdmin page, and then we created web shells, which led to reverse shells, and now we have access to your box. Maybe you knew about the vulnerabilities on your server, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now we're in.
Okay, we broke in. Now we're working as the Chuck Norris user. I suppose there's going to be some sort of flag on the Chuck Norris user's desktop directory or something, so let's wander on over there. So C users chuck.norris, and then in their desktop directory, there's flag 11. Okay, so let's read flag 11. And now I shall take over the entire tri-state area. Of course. Okay, let's copy that and submit it. Where are we? Here, PwnTillDawn. This is flag 11. Paste it in, submit, done. Okay, so the last flag we need to get is for flag 20. Henke Lodwig suggested that probably have some sort of weird permissions on here. So whoami/priv. Okay, so shutdown privilege, undock privilege. So bypass traverse checking. So I mean, it's not the obvious one. Shut down the system. Change notify privilege. I mean, there could be some clues in the XAMPP directory, sure. Actually, wait. There was a buffer overflow, right? Unfair Rabbit says, "Yo, how are you doing?" So we're just hacking this Windows machine over here, and I think there was a vulnerable version of XAMPP being run here. Is there not SE impersonate? Am I wrong? Not in this case. Not in this case. We're running as a regular user in this case. What is this music? Hold on, let me change my music. What are we going for? How about this? Okay, so this version of XAMPP, so it might be vulnerable to a local privilege escalation hack. This one over here in the control panel. So Unicode, this is local. It's a Python script. Let's take a look at what this thing actually is. Actually, let's locate the thing first. Okay, it's over here. Path unquote. I mean, I'm gonna look into this first. It's a buffer overflow. It's local, which means it's probably a local privilege escalation hack. Take the flag first before you crash it. Am I gonna crash anything? Yeah, I can do searchploit empath as well. Let's take a look at the script. Okay, so control panel buffer overflow. Tested on Windows 10, 64-bit, and XAMPP 32-bit. Should work on any Windows since XP. Okay. So run the Python script. It will create a new file with the name .txt. Copy the contents, start the program, click config. It doesn't say privilege escalation anywhere. I mean, it has to be a privilege escalation. It has to be a privilege escalation because this is a local. This is a like a local hack. So that local hacks mean that you have to have initial access, and if it's initial access hack that doesn't give you privilege escalation, then there's no real point to it. And thank you very much for following Sween Wolf. Thank you very much. It's a proof of concept. I mean, we got to give it a try. But anyways, thank you very much, Sween Wolf. Let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so click save. What is this? Paste the contents and then into the following field, the editor. Click save, and then in the main window, click config, and then Apache. You will see that the code is executed. It should pop a message box. Okay, I mean, what we want to do. How are you doing, SA? Hello, nice to see you, SA. And I'm doing okay. We're just doing some Windows hacking. We're trying to figure out how to get our privilege escalation on the box, and that's proof of concept. I mean, what do we want to do? So this is platform win. They used this. It says it should pop a message box with HackTheBox. This isn't HackTheBox. This is another platform. It's called PwnTillDawn. If you want to take a look at the platform yourself, this is the. Did we run WinPs? You know what? Maybe we should run some WinPs, because otherwise we could be missing something. So, thank you very much, Giyu Tomioka. Thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome. You're now HackerFrog. Awesome. Shut down the system. Yeah. So we just need to find some way to get our privilege escalation. There's WebDAV. There's Tomcat. Oh, all of our usual There's passwords.txt. We read that one already. It's for training. Yeah, I mean, it's for training. We're not doing any illegal hacking over here. We're just practicing our skills. So we got Perl, we got PHP, MySQL. Oh, there's a flag here. Wait. Does this mean we're an admin user? Because if we get the last flag, that means we've completed the entire exercise. Hold on. We should, yeah, maybe we should check our groups. Maybe we are an administrator. We're NT Authority? Oh, okay. I guess we are administrators, so we can do whatever the heck we want. Never mind, I guess we finished the box. Jeez. Submit the flag. Here we are trying to look for privilege escalation. We were already the super user. That was really weird. So okay. So if we're actually the super user, then we should be able to just walk into C users administrator. C users. Oh, there's no administrator user. There's only public Chuck Norris and Rambo for some reason. We can move into Rambo's directory and then mess with Rambo's desktop. And I don't know, maybe we could type or echo Chuck Norris was here. No. The HackerFrogs were here. And then pipe that out into message.txt. And because it's here, yeah, okay. Anyways, we should probably delete this. We should probably delete this because we don't want to interfere with anybody else's stuff. So delete message.txt. And before we go, we'll delete the other stuff that we created as well inside the temp directory. Okay, so we'll just get rid of shell x64.exe. So because these are shared resources, we want to clean up after ourselves when we're finished. What do you mean access is denied? Plug socials, create and say show as your plug socials, machine sets resets auto. Yeah, I mean it does reset automatically, but it's still polite to clean up after yourself. Actually, we also created a web shell, so maybe we should delete the web shell as well. Temp might have a cleanup task. Maybe. I mean, the machine is going to reset in about an hour or so. What was that directory called? It's called HTDocs. Okay, so yeah, this is the backdoor.php file that we created. Let's go ahead and clean that up. Okay, unfortunately I can't delete the other one. No track, no trash, no logs, no crime. Okay, so everybody, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next week. So it's just going to exit out of here. We finished the machine. That was clean the whole system. I mean, we're not here to clean the whole system. But anyways, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next week, because we already have the schedule for next week all set up. This is going to be the week 31 stream schedule. It's pretty similar to this week's schedule. We're going to be playing more of The Witness because The Witness is a really fun puzzle game. Hopefully we don't get too stuck. We're going to be doing Linux privilege escalation stuff with Hades and Nebula. We're going to be doing some machines from Docker Labs, like Forbidden Hack. That's going to be Monday. We're going to be doing lots of web app stuff on Wednesday, and we're going to be doing more low-level stuff like reverse engineering and binary hacking on Friday, and we're going to try to do more Windows stuff as well. So Neem says, are you ending? Yeah, we've already been streaming for close to 6 hours, so we're going to be calling it in just a little bit. But before we go, let's go ahead and see if there are any cool, awesome people streaming on infosecstreams.com. So it looks like it's just me. Let's see if there's anybody else on Twitch. Just a second. Okay, so RWX Rob is streaming right now. It looks like they're doing a road trip. And let's show RWX Rob some love by raiding into them. Raid RWX Rob. Why not? Okay, but once again, thank you very much for coming by, everybody. Noah Bluin. Hello, Noah Bluin. If you don't want to miss the next HackerFrogs stream, you can subscribe to the channel, and you can give a like on the video. I would really appreciate all those things. And yeah, so have a great weekend, everybody. Have a hacking good time. We'll be back on Monday, and if anybody doesn't know, we've got, what is it? We got our stream schedule over here when the Shy Hat becomes AI. That's you're gonna have to wait a few years for that. Okay, so everybody, are you ready? When you arrive on the channel, please give this message over here. It's OSFrog, hip, hop, hack, OSFrog. All right, everybody, have a great weekend. We will see you next time.